One of the most important things for us to remember as we embark on, unfortunately, another year, another installment of Kinnos, is that it is not just another installment of Kinnos. What we are doing with Tisha B'Av is an ongoing reconstruction of the Beis HaMikdash. We tend to think of things as plus or minus, on or off, done or not done, complete or incomplete. And we fail to realize that the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash was a stage-by-stage accomplishment. Didn't happen overnight. It was a deteriorative process and one that was almost indiscernible in how things fell apart. That's always what happens when people deviate from a standard of behavior. They deviate a little bit. It looks a lot like the original standard. And then that becomes the standard. And then they deviate a little bit from that. And that becomes the new standard. And they deviate a little bit from that, and so forth, until we end up with a Churban. The Churban didn't happen overnight. It happened an ongoing process of deterioration. And Tisha B'Av is an ingenious creation of Chazal. It is not simply a day where we say, we had these calamities that befall us, and therefore we ought to have a day to remember these things and to mourn our loss. That's a minor part of it. It's not the major part of it. The major part of it is an institution of our people that is the way back home. Tisha B'Av is the way that we're going to get back. It's the way that we're going to reconstruct the Beis HaMikdash, that edifice, and it's the way that we're going to reconnect ourselves to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not going to happen overnight. The Yetzer Hara wants to tell us that since we've been doing this our whole lives, since before we could appreciate what it was all about, and then as we got older, we kept on doing it and we appreciated it more, but still, every year we came back and here we are, another Tisha B'Av. So the Yetzer Hara says to us, you see you're doing nothing, you're accomplishing nothing. This is just a charade. And you don't see any results. But the results are right before us. They're actually shocking in a positive sense. What are we doing here this long after the destruction? What are we doing in shows like this around the world, crowded on the floor, sitting on the floor, wailing for events that didn't even happen to us, as if they happened to us? It's a phenomenon that's unique in human history. And it's because Tisha B'Av is a process that we're involved in. And because of Tisha B'Av, we're actually connected to everything that happened from the Churban Beis HaMikdash until now. And it is the way that we're going to get back. Because the Beis HaMikdash, as it was destroyed drop by drop, incrementally, the Beis HaMikdash is built, can be built, will be built incrementally. Yes, there can be miraculous events, and the third Beis HaMikdash can descend from Shemayim, but any way that we understand it, every drop of our effort, every shedded tear, every thought of tshuva, every taking of personal responsibility, every recognition of the gap that exists between ourselves and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single drop of that makes a difference towards the building of the Beis HaMikdash. The famous quote from Rav Tali of Rav Schutz, who says, Sheyibana Beis Hamikdash B'Meher V'Yameinu V'Sein Chalkeinu B'Sar Asecha. So we daven the end of Shemona Esrei. Sheyibana Beis Hamikdash B'Meher V'Yameinu. The Beis Hamikdash should be built quickly in our days. He says that's not pshat. Shall we live B'Meher V'Yameinu through our days? That with our days, with our availus for the Beis Hamikdash, it will be built. So we're in the process of rebuilding the Beis Hamikdash. And we don't see the final product yet, but we are contributing to it. And Tisha B'Av is a wonderful opportunity. And that's really our goal today, is to seize the opportunity. And if we do what we're supposed to do, what we're guided to do by Chazal, we actually will accomplish something, not only in ourselves, but in Klal Yisrael. Kinnos are timeless. You may have noticed that. If you think about it, one of the accomplishments of Kinnos is that the various calamities that have befallen our people over a period of 2,000 years, they're all brought together, they're all mixed into one big bowl of grief. Because in a certain sense, our understanding of these calamities is such that it doesn't matter really when they happen. It doesn't matter that it happened long ago. It doesn't matter that they were spaced far apart from each other. What matters is that they happen, and that they happen to a nation like Klal Yisrael. So, Kinnos are really a question of the nature of Klal Yisrael. They raise the question, what is the nature of Klal Yisrael? It's important for us to realize that we are joining Klal Yisrael when we recite Kinnos. We're reestablishing our connection to Klal Yisrael in a more intimate way, in a more wholesome way than before we started to recite Kinnos. We come to Tisha B'Av, evidently, Chazal tell us, we can take it as fact. They're alienated from each other because the causes of the Churban, Sinas Chinam. Sinas Chinam, I would suggest, doesn't just mean free-based hatred. We hate people for no reason. Just the opposite. We hate people for any reason. Chinam, but doesn't take much. We'll resent each other based on political persuasion, based on lifestyle, based on dress, based on character flaws, based on competition, whatever, it doesn't matter. We can take any reason at all to be alienated from each other. Family members who don't speak to each other, neighbors can't get along, Rabbanim who can't get along. We come to Tisha B'Av alienated. The avoda of Kinnos is that what happened to a group of people that I never ever met, who spoke a different language, that lived in a different culture, that could never even imagine America, certainly couldn't imagine Atlanta, couldn't imagine me. If I saw them today, they wouldn't know how to talk to me and I wouldn't know how to talk to them. But the calamity that occurred to them occurred to me. And I'm going to sit on the floor today, and it's as if it happened yesterday and I just got the news. Because Klal Yisrael suffered this calamity. We all experienced it. The protective shield of the Shekhinah, that is the norm for the Jewish people, didn't happen. We were vulnerable. Eicha, how could that possibly be? It's not shaykh. If you know what Klal Yisrael is, it can't happen, and yet it happened. So it's almost impossible. But as I sit and I utter a Kinnah, I wail a Kinnah for the victims of the Crusades, or for other massacres, or for the pogroms, or for the Holocaust, or for the Churban. As I sit and offer those Kinnos, I join myself or their destiny, and I get rid of all those barriers that help me think superficially that I'm not really that connected. And so we have an opportunity today to meld ourselves to the destiny of Klal Yisrael. That's what Tisha B'Av is all about. I'm doing fine. My life is fine. But I'm part of Klal Yisrael, and therefore my life is devastation. And that's what Kinnos tells us, that we have to think, and we can think, and we are really part of the destiny of the Jewish people. And the destiny of the Jewish people is affected by what I do and what I think. So in that sense, the timelessness of Kinnos is a major aspect of Tisha B'Av. I don't understand why Hashem did this. Yirmiyahu Hanavi himself says this. How could you possibly do this? Yirmiyahu Hanavi in Eicha actually relates to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Certain parts of Eicha, he refers to Hashem as an aggressor. Hashem is mean to us. He afflicted us. He turned against us. We won't understand it until, as the Shir and Ha'azinu says, finally at the end of time there'll be justice, and we'll understand it all. We'll understand there'll be Nekama, there'll be a cleansing, where we'll finally understand exactly what HaKadosh Baruch Hu was doing. But until then, we have no idea. But we understand that this is our destiny and we're responsible. So that's the overarching cause, and that's the remedy of Kinnos. This is what we're doing on Tisha B'Av, is we are making our contribution as individuals and as a Kehillah to the destiny of the Jewish people. And in so doing, we are not only keeping alive our heritage, but we're actually creating our future. So it doesn't happen overnight. Last year's Tisha B'Av was a contribution. And the reason we're here this year is because of last year's Tisha B'Av and the Tisha B'Av before. And the reason, if God forbid, we do not have an ingathering of the exiles before next year, the reason that we will still be here, Mitzvah Hashem, is because of this Tisha B'Av. So this is a major contribution, major undertaking that we're doing. Part of that also is the relationship of Eicha to Ayeka. Ayeka, Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Adam Rishon, where are you? Meaning, I'm holding you accountable. And you have to show up. Ayeka, where are you in your potential? Eicha, this statement of shock, how could this be? Turns into a statement of Ayeka. We ask ourselves, where are we? We summon from ourselves more than what we've been asking of ourselves till now. Ayeka. This is also part of our job as we recite Kinnos. One other thought before we go into the Kinnos themselves. So Hashem says a very interesting thing. If you think about it, there's really a curiosity about the book of Eicha. What is Eicha doing in the Torah? Eicha is part of Tanakh. All it is a cry. It doesn't teach us anything. It's not like other Nevi'im, like Yechezkel or Yirmiyahu or Yeshayahu, where the Navi gives us Musar. Here it's entirely a lamentation from beginning to end. It's a cry. It's almost a complaint. But it really, what does it teach us? It's not Sefer Yirmiyahu, where Yirmiyahu says, Jews, do tshuva. If you don't, this is going to happen. Yes, there are references to tshuva in Eicha, but the purpose of the book is not at all to call anybody to tshuva. The purpose of the book is to cry. So why is that part of our eternal Tanakh? Why isn't that a very important historical document, like a poem that somebody wrote in great pain? It's not Nevuah either. It's not a Kadosh Baruch Hu telling him, tell Klal Yisrael these words. Yirmiyahu, turn to them, Ben Adam, and say, Eicha Yoshua V'dai. Kadosh Baruch Hu didn't give him those words. Yirmiyahu wrote this. and it's part of our Torah. So the Sfas says, that's the pasuk Nehapach Evel Macholenu. Our dancing became Evel. What we're doing now is the exact equivalent value of the dancing at the time of the Beis HaMikdash. The simcha that we had when we had the closest to the Shekhinah, that is now equaled by the mourning that we have for the lack of the Shekhinah. The reason Eicha is part of our Torah is because that's the method that we're going to actually rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. So here we are, Tisha B'Av, Tashin Pei Aleph. And Yirtzeh Hashem, we lament our situation. One more note, just a suggestion. It's not possible for most people alive today to feel a sense of grief and mourning during the entire recitation of Kinnos. There's nothing wrong with you if you don't feel it the whole time. As a matter of fact, I believe that one of the goals of all the Kinnos together is that one line in one of the Kinnos will sneak past all of your defenses and all of the distancing mechanism that we have, and will get to your heart and wake you up. If you invest in the hours of Kinnos recited in a language that's not your own, and allow yourself to contemplate, what are we doing here? Why are we here? What's our destiny? What's my part in this? What's my contribution? Somewhere along the line, you will have a moment. That moment will be your contribution to the building of the Beis HaMikdash. But that moment can only come if we invest the time and the effort to contemplate and to absorb. Something that we don't always have time to do nowadays. The Tisha B'Av is a wonderful opportunity. It's an opportunity that presents itself with a different framework than what we're normally used to. So let's seize the opportunity. First Kinnah we're going to do is Kinnah number 6, Vav. And I mentioned the letters because we have different editions of Kinnos and different page numbers. But they're all, well, I shouldn't say they're all. Most of them are keyed to this system. I believe the Rosenthal Kinnos, the small black editions, are 2 letters off. So if we say 6, we mean 8. So you have to do the math the whole way through if you have the Rosenthal thing. But otherwise, we're on page 152 on the art scroll, Kinnah number 6. This is the first Kinnah of the day. It's by Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, who is just an overwhelmingly powerful Paitan. And just to give you an appreciation of what he had to accomplish, what he took upon himself to accomplish with this Kinnah. In this Kinnah is embedded the entire structure of Eicha. You don't see it, but it's all there. So for example, there are 9 stanzas here. And if you go to the second line of each of these stanzas, you'll see what he's doing. The second, third, and fourth lines actually follow the letter that he's trying to follow from Eicha, from the last paragraph of Eicha, from the last chapter of Eicha. So he starts with the letter Samach. You see Schi, Sakosa, Sakosa, Safku, etc. But he took it upon himself not only to follow the Aleph Beis based on the last chapter, the last psukim on chapter 5, but also, if you look at the introduction, you'll see the whole complex arrangement where he's going to be following, going backwards in Eicha from the end to the beginning, following the Aleph Beis and the usage of the Aleph Beis as Yirmiyahu does in Eicha. That's why lines 2, 3, and 4 in each stanza reflect the 3 letters of the Aleph Beis that are found in the 3rd chapter of Eicha. It's a highly complex arrangement. That complexity itself would be an amazing thing to accomplish, but it also incorporates profound ideas about the Churban and ultimately about the redemption. So Rabbi Elazar Khalil, we can get some sense of his greatness. He's the author of many of the Piyutim and the Kinnos that we're going to recite. You can get some sense of the greatness, where he both has profundity as well as complexity of pattern. These Kinnos are unbelievable works of art. And why does he follow Eicha? Because that's the whole point. What he's saying is, we're launching into Kinnos now. We're going to expand on Eicha. We're going to take all that Yirmiyahu did. Yirmiyahu took all the letters of the Aleph Beis to say that the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash and the Churban and the exile is total. Every letter of the Aleph Beis, which is the letters that created the world, those letters are used to describe the Churban. I'm now going to base my Kinnah and many Kinnos on the structure of Eicha, because we are aware of the totality of the Churban, from Aleph to Tav. Every aspect of creation was rearranged and distorted, and almost destroyed through the Churban Beis HaMikdash. And so that's what Rabbi Elazar Khalil is trying to do with the structure. Now, the first word, the very well-known machshava that Rabbi Yoshe Ber used to say, shavas. Shavas means ceased, stopped. Rabbi Yoshe Ber used to explain that what the Mekonen is saying is that the damage that occurred, the desolation that occurred, was sudden, an immediate cessation. Even though we had ample warning, even though the Navi said to us, we have to change or we're going to lose everything, we didn't believe it would ever come. And then when it came, it was like shocking. It was sudden. Shavas. Everything ceased. But not only did it happen suddenly, even though we were given a warning, but still we could never imagine that it would happen. When it happened, it was like there was no warning. Not only was it that way, but also everything we knew was gone. It's hard for us to imagine what it's like to have a Beis HaMikdash, to have the Kohanim ba'avodas, the Leviyim b'shira, the Karbanos every day, the Ketoros every day, the pillar of smoke coming up as a signal that Klal Yisrael is communicating directly with the Kadosh Baruch Hu, and he's accepting it miraculously. The fragrance of Yerushalayim, the intensity of the Kohanim living in Yerushalayim, defining the culture of Yerushalayim, coming to the Beis HaMikdash and seeing the various miracles. And all of that's gone. You're on one footing. Your relationship with the Kadosh Baruch Hu is very direct, very intimate, very real. And all of that is suddenly gone. Shavas, cessation. What do? So we've been spending 2,000 years trying to compensate, trying to regain our footing, trying to reestablish a connection with the Kadosh Baruch Hu without all this. That's Shavas. Another important aspect that's brought out in this Kinnah is the abandonment, the betrayal, the sense of betrayal, not from the Kadosh Baruch Hu, but from our so-called friends. As we see, one of the phrases that he borrows from Eicha, at the end of each stanza, he has a phrase from Eicha, I called upon those who were my lovers, but they fooled me. In other words, I relied on Mitzrayim, or I relied on Ashur, I relied on various allies. At the end of the day, nobody stood for me. I was all alone. I was totally abandoned. We can relate to that very much. There's a passage here where he says, I believe it's in the 5th paragraph. Yes, the 5th paragraph. It says, Kolila hashmiya ba'arav higiruni. I felt compelled to call upon my Arab kin for help, but they teased me and disastrously deceived me. So the idea that Klal Yisrael put its faith in the wrong people, and at the end discovered that they couldn't count on anybody. Sounds a little bit familiar to us. Now we're celebrating. We think that maybe we had a major breakthrough because we've gotten our Arab friends to support us. The Abrahamic Accords, which are a major diplomatic accomplishment, major political accomplishment, definitely better than being at war. But our salvation is not going to come from the Arab countries around us embracing us. Our salvation is going to come only from our return to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But too often we make the same mistake of thinking that others are a source of support. And finally, just a thought, even though Kinnos are timeless, we have no choice but to recite them through the lens that we ourselves are experiencing, through the experience that we have today. Every Jew in every generation says Kinnos through their own limited experience, their own personal experience. And talking about Karasilam Avahi Hema Brimuni, call upon my lovers, but they fooled me. We were abandoned. We live today in a culture where if you say the wrong thing, you're canceled. You're finished. You lose your job. You lose your platform on Facebook if you say the wrong thing. There's only one thing you can say wrong today, and it won't cause you any consequence. And that's be rapidly anti-Semitic. Being anti-Semitic doesn't cost you anything. Everything else costs, but not being anti-Jewish. So I'm not making a political statement. I'm saying that we're still suffering the effects of the Churban, because one of the effects of the Churban is the total abandonment of the Jew. And as we'll see later when we talk about the Holocaust, it's not only the abandonment of the Jew by other nations. Sometimes it's the abandonment of the Jew by the Jew. It's an unfortunate tragedy of our circumstance. Let's recite together Kinnah number 6. Shava suru mani shemuni avrai, zchiyu ma'uz esimui, v'edrei chavirai, zakoza mishkan miskos d'virai, zakoza v'v'lum d'virai, savku kaf madai virai, v'sila kala virai, nafla deinu b'tzul d'vuya, d'chuya, eini chiksa l'chazan ben berachia, advila kudol chavuya, eini ma'aleles b'vanis l'chuya, sabri cham la'yikra l'bechia, Apne first lives to Hasidah, Pages of Sakra, Karusada, Pachat Shila, Tokasada, Hatsa Hasiraya, Raye Hasidah, Hatsa Masayar Valanidaha, Satsia, Amindaha, Ahad Sadushanem, Adanite, Safa Rishazin, and night, Sons of Navamas, and night, so Natas Aramadanai, Sakami, Bimevan, Bimat, so Kali Mithwada to Madiamuni, Karav the boy, love Akhiruni, Karasli, Ashwiki, Emily, Kalashnia Barabi, Grimuni, Kumiavari, Basel, Harimuni, Karasamava, Lama Ruaha Pain, Latabashamaru, Raisa Kihisano, Redu Kamaru, Raisa Kiamavahas, Uyahamaru, Rabu Sabiari Heskin, Kamaru, Rave, Nakagami Gayamaru, Adonaki Sali, Ashivenu, Sisi Shima, Lugansiani, Shiftam Ros Katseva, Dikani, Subse Meshaver, the Virgin Maladiani, Shamata, Zamara Zabe, Tatiani, Shahruvan Adu Hassas Labiani, Shamakinara Kani, the Tam Factor, the face of Manafa, Tasim Langavo, Tas Hazar, Manafa, Judar, Patsama, Seria, Manafa, Titana have no stepping in Nafa, Tikwa Shakram Kais, Kamus between Nafa, Rocha Rasa, Tava Altar Shakilano, Limavahamas, the Hema, Divan, the Bakala, Kava, Higalano, Zakain, Vakur, Visula, Hubalano, Ram Habegna, and Kahulano, Skadina, Haylano.
The next Kinnah we're going to focus on is Kinnah 11. In the art scroll, it's on page 182. By Yikonen Yirmiyo al Yoshiyahu. If you have the art scroll in the notes, they say that this Kinnah is the most important and authentic Kinnah, which is recited on Tisha B'Av. My personal feeling is that it's okay to say that it's the most authentic because it was ordained by Yirmiyahu himself. Determining which is the most important is probably more dependent on what is going to touch you individually. This Kinnah is something which talks about a tragedy of an individual, but it is a national tragedy because it talks about King Yoshiyahu, who was somebody that led a national tshuva movement to the point that everybody, or almost everybody, was interested in growth. He got rid of almost all of the idols that his grandfather, King Menashe, set up throughout all of Klal Yisrael. And to the point that he thought that they were impervious to anyone, even going to walk through his land. He felt that since we are people that follow the word of Hashem, cherev lo savar ba'artzachem, that a sword won't even go through your land. Unfortunately, as you'll notice in the, as Rabbi Landman mentioned, this Kinnah follows Eicha, goes by the Aleph Beis. So you'll notice in Dalid, the fourth stanza, it says, Davak bo chet leitzanei hador. The sin of that generation's scorners clung to him, to Yoshiyahu. Asher kamu achar hadeles lizdor. Those who stood up behind the door. And this is a reference to the Medrash which discusses how the leitzanei hador, those few, even though Yoshiyahu actually sent agents out into every home to make sure that the idols were gone. The leitzanei hador had this system where behind the door, they had their idols. And when you would open the doors, you would not be able to see the idols. Since Yoshiyahu was not aware of this leitzanei hador, and he thought they would be impervious. Yoshiyahu thought that his tshuva movement, the national tshuva movement, was something that reached a level, even though Yirmiyahu, the prophet, told him, we have to let this sword go through our land. You have to let Paro Necho travel through Egypt. Yoshiyahu felt that the tshuva movement was so perfect. It was this leitzanei hador that railroaded this effort. And it is something which caused Paro Necho ended up coming in and killing Yoshiyahu. You'll see throughout the Kinnah exactly how they focused their arrows on him and pierced him like a sieve. So this Kinnah for me was a gut punch in this idea of leitzanei hador. If you would imagine a rabbi making a suggestion that we need to get rid of the idols, suggested that, let's say, hypothetically, social media is something that leads to Lashon Hara that we need to get rid of and maybe we should fast. And let's say the entire community is behind them and they take care of that. However, there's a few, imagine what would happen if how well that would go over if the rabbi sent agents into every home to make sure that the internets were filtered and the social media was canceled or something like that. But the nation accepted it, but there were a few cynical people. And it was Davak Bochet Leitzane Hador, and it was something which was able to drag down the community. It's just something which is very, very painful to be able to experience. Asher Kamu Acharat Delas Lizdor, these things that are behind closed doors that drag us down. One of the ideas that I heard from Rabbi Tzvi Hirsch Weinreb regarding this Kinnah is something that enabled me to be able to have Tisha B'Av touch me as somebody who has a lot of defenses up and is usually numb to being able to experience pain. Most of the Kinnos that we have are national tragedies, and even the ones that are closer to us, like the Holocaust, we hear a number like 6 million. It's so hard to be able to get in touch with that. It's just so overwhelming that we could be numb to it. And you have, as we go through all the Kinnos, this Kinnah is something which maybe teaches us a way to be able to allow each of the tragedies to touch us, is to focus on one individual and enable us to be able to focus on the pain and allow us to maybe get through some of our defenses instead of focusing on a number that's so overwhelming. So, if I'm gonna focus on the Holocaust, perhaps take some time to focus on one person's story. If I'm gonna focus on Meron, one person in Meron, one person in Surfside, one person in whatever tragedy, as I go through this timeless Tisha B'Av, this Kinnah gives us the ability or the lesson where we were able to focus and allow it to touch us. This is Kinnah 11 by Yikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu on 182. Yikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. Eicha el Yikonen Ben Shmoy Shana Eicha Ligrosh Eicha Be'evram Chanula. Oy who's Carly Sigun Follow. Gamba Chol Malcha Yisrael Shekum Ligdar. Like come Kamoyomi and Isa Vigdar. Dava Oy Fate Late Sanay Hador Shekum Wachar Velas Distor. Oy Chum Zera Shif. Small Hato Pichamun Yishakor. Ayidala and the Bishop Young Oy Zaku Amor Tinom Dasna Pizza and what's a Russia Yokin. Osha, Tover, Kinnah, that's a way I say that's so even one equal Schoen, I'll leave a lot for the salad. Yedeamo Reds Dominum Bonkoch, Tayamish, but it's yes, Benate Philip, Kila, Hamlin, and Lefasam Narayan. The man they saw the third motion of the Ryan, Shama, Praising the Shubaka Ryan. Say running to the Saxon, trying to turn it back. Serious Mrs. Let's conquering, seeing no, and I'm looking at the houses. They said one of the so-called places, Suru, hey, do Advashia, and you want to Suru, what you said, Mishia. Naker of the Cargo, also live at Tia, around the room of Mishia. All you done with some things up, it's very much. So I'll do this some music, I'm not throw that. Israel Kovacs means well, then I keep see soon, but I keep my exam. Shall Tom the Nick opens this village, there's a Schmitzer. The Garkel is followed as Rushstein Aris, Rosetsky circulated as Rushstein Ice. I says, Kinnos the bottom of Holy, Ace Kishapach in the Holy. Zamoisi Kilo Alyahili, Roshat in Nosati, Tash Oholi.
Kinnah 12 is the next one. I just wanted to, just a small introduction type of story that they, at the Berger Rebbe of Shlomo Halberstam, at his funeral, there was a non-Jewish person that was present there, and he was quite emotional. Someone went over to him and asked him, what are you doing here? Why are you here at this funeral? You don't really fit in. You're not wearing a shtreimel. You're not part of this group. And he said, I'll tell you why, because I am a painter, and the Berger Rebbe hired me to paint his house. And I came in the morning, and the first thing he did was ask me, how did you have anything for breakfast? And I said, actually, no. So he fed me a wonderful meal and gave me good things to eat. He concerned himself for me. And but afterwards, he said you can get started on the job. And most of the time, he said, my clients, they'll go ahead and tell me, all kind of particularities. He said, make sure you do it perfectly right, make sure the colors are right, and make sure you don't splatter anywhere, and make sure every spot is done correctly. And instead, the Rebbe told him, he said, we Jews once had a temple in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago, and but it was destroyed. And since that time, the world is not as beautiful a place as it could be. It's not a perfect place. So you don't have to do a perfect job. It's okay. I don't expect it. That's not the way the world is. And this painter was very moved by that. He said a few months later, he had a job at another person's house, another Jewish person's house, and that Jew came over to him and actually made all kinds of expectations and demands. And he said, you had a temple in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago, but it's destroyed. And since then, the world is not a perfect place. It's lacking. It's not the way it should be. So the Gemara tells us this, right? That even fruit that we eat nowadays don't taste the same. We don't have the same flavor. We don't appreciate. The world is not the same place. Rav Volbe writes the words. It says, "Chorban beis hamikdash hu chorban ha'olam." It's actually the whole world has changed. There's a dramatic shift in the entire reality. So Kinnah 12 begins with this idea. Why I'm saying all this is says Ali asher ta'avta lo bereshis, with my tent which you planned even before creation. So Rav Soloveitchik talks about the fact that the Gemara Nedarim tells us there were 7 things created in the world, 7 things that were in God's mind before he created the world. 7 things that without it, they're fundamentals to the world. And one of them was the Beis HaMikdash. Oheli, he calls the Beis HaMikdash my tent. The idea being is the Beis HaMikdash is really a foundation of the world in its normal state. What we're missing isn't just the physical building, but the Shekhinah. This Kinnah reminds us to reflect on the world as it is and to realize the reality is not what it should be. We're missing this fundamental in the world. There's a halacha that tells us that we should cover the knives. If there's a knife on the table while we're benching, we say the blessing, Bonei Yerushalayim, we should cover that knife. And the Beis Yosef tells us the reason is because there was once an event where a person actually was so emotional when he said the blessing, and he stabbed himself. So someone went over to the Skver Rebbe and said to him, practically speaking, this is not something that we are holding by. No one is really thinking, and we're going to stab ourselves during this blessing. So is this really something we still need to keep? So he said, absolutely. He said, that's something we all need. We need to sensitize ourselves to the fact that things are not the way they should be, and that it could reach that point. It's possible. So even if you don't feel it, at least you have that reminder. The Mikdash is called an Ohel here in this Kinnah. The idea that Soloveitchik again talks about here is that Hashem had in mind to bring his Shekhinah into the world even before the Beis HaMikdash, and it's essential to him. So what he did was, before putting it in the Beis HaMikdash, he put it in other locations, and that is the Ohel of the Avos. And that's in the second line, Ohaliyah, second paragraph. Ohaliyah asher komamta le'sanei kedem. This is my tent which you elevated for the powerful patriarchs, is the translation. So Hashem put his presence in because he couldn't survive without being somewhere. Hashem's mindset is he has to be somewhere, so he goes into the Ohel of the Avos and Imahos, and that's where he dwells temporarily until the time we can build the Beis Hamikdash. And this fits with the famous Rashi that talks about how Sarah's tent and later Rivka's tent took over this. Had a cloud hovering over her tent, and there was the candle lit from Erev Shabbos to Erev Shabbos. Those are all siman. These are all signs of the are similar to what we had in the Mishkan, right? You had the Anan in the Mishkan, you had the menorah giving off the light. So those same symbols were there, found in the Ohalos of the Avos. And he says it continued on in the Ohalim of other tzaddikim until they became a permanent place. But with the Chorban, of course, Hashem now has no place. So Kinnah describes that in the second paragraph. You have become like a solitary bird, shrieking bitterly from the rooftop. So now the Shekhinah is not without a home, is like a lonely bird without a nest, wandering around without a home. She sits alone on a rooftop that doesn't belong to her, staying out of view, that she doesn't get chased away. The other theme of this Kinnah is it keeps using the word po. Every paragraph ends with the word po, which means here, which is again emphasizing the point that here on earth, in our midst, is where Hashem wants to dwell. This is where he wants to be. And he doesn't have a home, just like this bird wandering, flying around, trying to find a place, but nowhere to land. One more point that's focused here is just finish off really with the idea that the Beis Hamikdash is called an ohel. It's called a tent. Right? We said it talks about the ohalim of the avos and imahos, but really it's ultimately in our day all we have is our own ohalim, our own homes. That's where we're left. We're the only location for the Shekhinah to be until in the future where there will be a permanent place. So our job is how can we take our ohalim, take our own homes, and make those a place where the Shekhinah is comfortable. Shekhinah can dwell, not have to be wandering and not comfortable, but a place where the Shekhinah can actually dwell in a place which is safe for the Shekhinah and appropriate for the Shekhinah. Ohali asher ti'av ta'av ta'alal b'reish ezok zecha b'alatzar fa'alam. That's actually Rabbi asher v'yezek Ohali asher k'amam p'lis anek k'edan v'ferd asli.
the next Kinnah, Yud Zayin, is vivid. It's direct. It's brutal. It's graphic. It's not allegorical like some Kinnos. It's very explicit. It's not a deeper dive into one episode or one event like some Kinnos. It's like a barrage of a bunch of different segments, a bunch of different episodes. And each one of them, it just explains and pulls out one critical element and moves on to the next one. It's like it just hits you again and again and again with the descriptions of people eating their children, of babies' brains splayed out on rocks, of 80,000 Kohanim killed, of people dragged to death by their hair. It's extraordinarily difficult to read through. And it pulls us very much into what we're doing here on Tisha B'Av. Very often, we sit here on Tisha B'Av and it's hard for us to connect, like Rabbi Feldman was saying. And we very often want to approach where we are with a feeling of what am I supposed to do about it? Or how do I get inspired? Or how do I, move on from here? Or how do I grow from this experience? And sometimes in a Kinnah like this, the experience is not necessarily where do I go from here? There's going to be time to go from here, right? We're going to go from Tisha B'Av and we move on, and then we go into Elul and Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and it's all about growth and next steps and what we can do. And right now, it's just being in this experience and this pain, and that's really what this Kinnah is all about. But what is it that we're in has multiple facets, and looking at a Kinnah like this, one of the more difficult things about the Kinnah is the very end, where at the end of all of the descriptions of the difficulties that Bnei Yisrael has gone through and the tragedies that Klal Yisrael had, we turn around and we acknowledge this is our fault. We did this. Hashem says to us, you're asking me how I could have done this to you. How could you have killed a Cohen, a Navi, Zachariah? How could you have brought this upon yourself? You think I wanted this? I never wanted this. I begged you to stop this. I pleaded with you. I sent Navi after Navi after Navi for decades. I cried to you and said, please stop. You're killing yourself. And you didn't stop. And our acknowledgement at the end of this is our turning to ourselves and saying, we did this. And throughout the entire Kinnah, it's laced with our understanding that this pain is a pain that we brought. We created this pain. The first three letters of every one of these paragraphs is Aleph, Mem, Sam, Saf. It's MS. We know that it's true. Even the refrain, the Alalai Li, comes from a pasuk in Eov. The beginning of the pasuk that says Alalai Li is, we did this. Because of our rishus, we brought this pain on ourselves. So we acknowledge this pain, and this pain, this pattern is one that we have seen from the beginning, from the very first Tisha B'Av. Bnei Yisrael sat on the floor and cried when the Meraglim came back, and they said, "B'sinas Hashem osanu." Hashem must hate us because of what he's done to us. Hashem is giving them the greatest gift imaginable, and they turn around and say, "Wow, Hashem must hate us." And he says, "Okay, I'll go with your way. No Eretz Yisrael for you. In fact, nothing for you. You're all going to die in the desert after wandering for 40 years. Because you said no." Then Bnei Yisrael realizes what they've done. Right after that in the pasuk, we read this yesterday, and they said, "You're right. We made a mistake. Let's get our weapons. Let's go up and fight." Moshe Rabbeinu says, No. You've already disconnected yourself from Hashem. He's not with you when you go to fight. You're on your own. And if you're on your own, it's not going to go well for you. And we said, no, we're doing it anyway. And we went up and we died. Just now we read in the laning, we read, you'll come to Eretz Yisrael, B'no Shantam, you'll be there for a while, you'll get used to it, you'll kind of move away from the inspiration, the experience you had when you first got there, and you'll start worshiping Avodah Zarah, you'll stray farther from Hashem, and then the pasuk describes what will happen. It will not go well for you. And on and on and on and on. This pattern is the same of, this isn't something Hashem does to us, this is something we do. And Hashem responds exactly in the way that he told us that he would. And so in that sense, it's very disheartening. Yeah, okay, we did this. So is that where we're left? We now sit on the floor, we cry, we sort of throw our hands up. You're right. No, there is something we can do, but that something we can do now is different than the type of avoda we're going to be doing in, let's say, an Elul or a Rosh Hashanah or a Yom Kippur. The experience that we have and the way that we relate to this is exactly what we're doing here when we sit on the floor and we cry. And I heard a great mashal from Shraga Kalas about this, who said that, there's a World War II, many of the young men who left, they had families at home, they had wives at home. There was a person who had a fiance, they were engaged to be married, he was drafted. And before he leaves, he says, look, I'll come back. So she waits and waits, and it's weeks and it's months. And finally, she starts hearing that the ships are coming in, and some of them are bringing in ships, and they're bringing in soldiers. Soldiers are starting to come back. There was no news wire. There was no way to know who's coming back. So every day, everybody who had someone waiting, there was a pile of people waiting, dressed up, ready to greet their family member that was coming back. And so every day she would get dressed up and she would go and she would wait by the dock and she would wait. They didn't come. And she still next day went and waited and dressed up and he didn't come. And the next day and the next day, and weeks went by. And finally, she started not dressing up so much, but she still went every single day. A couple more weeks of that and she stopped going every day. But every day that she went, her hopes was she would see the ship coming and she would see all the people coming off and no. And then she stopped going every single day. And then there was one day that she went and he didn't show up and she walked away, and it was the first day she didn't cry. And that was the hardest day of all, because that meant that the relationship was really done. There was nothing left. She had given everything into it and been disappointed so many times, there was nothing left for her. And that was the worst for her. And so we do sit on the floor and we do cry, and we're not saying, all right, here's what I'm going to do to make, it's the crying itself that connects us to it. That means that the relationship is not gone. It's a funny thing about Tisha B'Av, many of the stories that we're going to read, many of the Kinnos here are actually brought in the Gemara. Which Gemara? They're in Gittin. Gittin is all about cutting off a relationship. That's one of the reasons. I think it's the Kutzker who says that's why these stories are all in Gittin, because that's what was happening, is we were severing the relationship. And when we sit here and when we cry, our experience of that crying is to say, we're crying because it still matters to us. Like Rabbi Feldman was saying, we have the experience of all of the people who went through this experience, but we also have the experience of realizing that we had something and we lost it and it matters to us. And there's two ways that we've kind of cut off this relationship, right? The one side is Avodah Zarah, where Hashem says, stay with me, connect with me, be attached to me. And we said, no. We see other things. We want to try other things. We think that's okay. And when you tell us not to, we'll say things are fine. And we cut off the relationship with Hashem. And then the other thing that we had, the one thing that we had after the first Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, and we lost everything, we came back and we had a second Beis HaMikdash. And that second Beis HaMikdash was built upon a foundation of at least we had a relationship with each other. And then we lost that too. The Sinas Chinam had that disintegrate. And after that was gone, there was literally nothing left. And the gullus that followed feels endless. And that is the experience that we have here on Tisha B'Av. That is what we are doing here when we sit on the floor, is we say, first of all, it does matter to us. It's not done. We haven't given up. And second of all, we still have the relationship. We want the relationship. We aren't giving up. Tisha B'Av is all about acknowledging and trying to feel in ourselves, not even doing anything yet, but feeling in ourselves the fact that we still have this relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we certainly still have it with each other. And both of those are strong enough that we turn to Hashem and say, look, we haven't given up. We still want it. But woven through all of that, as we sit on the floor and we cry, and the real pain that comes through it is the fact that we did this. Kinnah Zion. In Tachalna Nashim Priyamo, Letipulcham Alaili, in Tvashim Achmani Sadehan and Bibin Profit Tvachim Alaili, in Yasmea Shasham, and Shakam Sisim Machim Alaili.
Now we're at Kinnah 19. And it's always intimidating to come after great minds and great speakers, but in this case, it's sort of the worst of all worlds since I'm sandwiched between them. But share a couple of thoughts that I have on Kinnah 19, Yud Tet. Again, it's written by Rabbi Lezer Akalir. I want to talk a little bit about how it's set up, the process, and then substance. Just some thoughts to synthesize from some much better thinkers. It's set up, Python's devices. Each stanza begins with Ve'cha Hashem tzedakah, ve'lano boshet hapanim. So yours, my Lord, is the righteousness. And then an example of that righteousness is given in alphabetical order. And then ours is shamefacedness. And an example of that, how we failed or rejected God or God's directive nationally or individually. And that's the setup, each stanza through the entire Kinnah. And again, they're given in alphabetical order. So that's the theme. It's a phrase that you recognize from Slichot, maybe. It comes from the book of Daniel. And we also see it in Medrash. I'll talk about it in just a second. But in the book of Daniel, as you remember, Nebuchadnezzar comes to power and he takes sort of the brightest young minds from Jerusalem, forces them to Babylon, and Daniel was among them. So this gives a little context to how we get to this phrase. Daniel was sort of the leader of that generation. And we see all of the trials that were forced on them in Babylon, the fiery furnace, and these things that they were able to recover from. Eventually, this group, provides the foundation of the return to Israel and the building of the Second Temple. The other sort of device, let's say, for this Kinnah is that it really answers the questions, as Rav Soloveitchik says, posed in the previous Kinnah. So let's say there are 11 questions posed in Kinnah 18. This provides 12 answers to those. The idea, again, is that God has done so many great and wonderful things for us, but we've rejected it or we've failed somehow. And God keeps coming back
but it's through our sins and because of our sins that we're being punished. That's the theme, which obviously is a sort of quintessential theme of Tisha B'Av and is repeated in many of the keynote. But this particular device, I think at least, is in a very, catchy is the wrong word, very impactful way of presenting it, because it's in bites. And we know from other sources, these tribulations, these trials that are described there. We know the failings that are described there throughout history. Why is Daniel important to this? Because all throughout the trials that he faces, Daniel beseeches God. It's through his faith and his begging for God's mercy that we see how many times God acted to help, how many times we failed and rejected it, but that still God keeps coming back. And so we see the phrase in chapter 9, verse 7 of book of Daniel, Lacha Hashem staka velano boshet hapanim. I will tell you that the examples given in the Kinnah, and particularly the way they're presented, we also find in the Midrash Tanchuma to Parshat Re'eh. It's 7:16 for those of you who want to look it up. Much of what we see in this Kinnah is found directly in that Midrash. And the idea again is that we refer, to God's constant, ever-recurring, ever-present righteousness, even in the face of repeated incidents of idol worship and pretty shocking incidents. But we'll talk about just a couple examples in a second. As we say, Keynote 19 is a recurring concept among the keynote. But I think an important thing to remember is we're describing here national tragedies and national failures and individual ones. And that's where I think this Kinnah offers sort of all of the above. I want to give you a couple examples of what I mean by that. For example, we read in what I'm going to call the Tet stanza, it's alphabetical. So we see there God giving manna to Jewish people. And what do? We don't just reject the idea of manna. We use that in our idol worship. So it's sort of a double whammy. Not only are we worshiping idols, we're using God's gift in a shocking way, the most shocking way. And then in the stanza I'll call Lamed, Klal Yisrael complains that, this manna, while it might taste okay at first, what's it going to do to us in the end? It's not what we're used to when we eat food and, how food is disposed of and so on. Maybe this is bad for us. Maybe this is going to bloat us. And that's the sort of lack of gratitude that we see from Klal Yisrael in the face of that righteousness. What do I mean by the sins of the nation and the sins of the individual? Because both have caused the downfall of the nation. God guided us and protected us and brought us to victory. And, we had the 7 battles against the Canaanite groups. So with those, Klal Yisrael, you remember, it was told, keep the spoils. You can be a rich person from this. You can really benefit personally and as a nation from these battles. But there was one condition when we went to Yericho. Yehoshua said, don't take them for yourselves, right? These have been sort of consecrated. Don't take them. So what happens? We read in, I'll call stanza Samech, about Achan. Achan, it happened to be, the lot fell on him, that he's the one held responsible for it, but he kept the spoils. And so, it's another case in where we have so close, we're given such opportunity, and we just blow it. And we show this lack of gratitude, just rejecting God's directive. There's an interesting piece. It's available outside in the YU Torah to Go. It's a little blurb from Rabbi Zatz, who's one of the rabbis at Congregation B'nai Yeshua in Teaneck, and teaches at YU also. And he talks about this sort of individual tragedy here. Rav Soloveitchik addressed this particular incident with Achan, and he wrote that here's a situation Klal Yisrael faces over and over again. Achan had an opportunity to have it all. From all of the other battles, he could have kept everything, been a rich man, enjoyed everything that he possibly could have wanted in life. But apparently the way he saw it was, that's almost good enough, but it's just not good enough. And so he had to take from what he wasn't permitted to take. And so we suffer another tragedy. And so that's the kind of thing from an individual that leads to group punishment. Why is that important? Because one of the lessons it teaches, according to the commentators, is that an individual is not just an individual, but is a product of his environment. And so we're all collectively responsible often when an individual transgresses, because had he been raised in a different kind of community or a different kind of environment, then he wouldn't have wanted to do what he did, and he wouldn't have done it. And so we all bear that responsibility ultimately. We bear that guilt, and we bear the responsibility for tshuva, individually and collectively. Back to Rabbi Soloveitchik, and I'm not going to go much longer. I know you want to get to the Kinnah. As I said before, Rabbi Soloveitchik posits this as answering the questions from the previous Kinnah, and it's ultimately an acknowledgement of God's justice. That is, God's justice and righteousness keeps coming back over and over and over again. He says that the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash, as we know, was due to the accumulated history of the sins by the Jewish people, with a repeated pattern reflected in this Kinnah. He, in his commentary to the keynote, the Rav addresses each line of this. I think it's well worth reading. But he ends with a very significant thought, I think, on the last line in this Kinnah. And that is, he writes, when we say in the last line, Hatei Elokai aznecha ushma, incline your ear, my God, and hear. We know that from Tachanun. He would suggest that this presents the good news of the Kinnah, in a sense, because even though the Jewish people have sinned constantly, they're embarrassed by it, and they're ashamed by it. And that's what the Kinnah is about also. That's part of the good news of it. It's not just that we failed to recognize even today, we have failed to recognize it over and over and over again. But the fact that at the end of the day, it does bring about shame and embarrassment is a positive. I'm just going to conclude with a couple sort of broader thoughts that Rabbi Soloveitchik had about this Kinnah, and then one sort of broader statement about the keynote that was suggested to me as a paradigm to think about this. What the Rav wrote was that in emphasizing the many historic travails of the Jewish people, we can never extinguish the eternal inner purity, the innocence and the beauty of the Jewish soul. This purity of the soul provides the basis for the ever-present possibility of teshuvah. And so on the day of mourning like this, and there is none other like Tisha B'Av, of course, through Kinnah 19, we mourn, we chastise ourselves, and we express great praise for God's persistent righteousness, and we accept the guilt and the shame for our repeated responses. But we use this day, and Rabbi Feldman said something about this in his opening remarks, we use this day to recognize that the redemption at the end of mourning comes through tshuva and mitzvot. And that's how, as Rabbi Soloveitchik puts it, the rebuilding of the Beit Tefillah in Jerusalem comes about. And finally, the last sort of broader thought that a friend of mine shared with me this week, Rabbi Alon Schwartz of Congregation of Tzedek in New York. We were talking about, the keynote generally, and he said, he pointed me to the Mechilta, the Rabbi Yishmael, to Parshat Bo. She suggested provides sort of a paradigm for the situation, all of the keynote, you could say, and the situation even more broadly. So we read in that medrash, as you move down in Parshat Bo, about three kinds of prophets. And you're likely very familiar with this, but I'm going to call it Tovei La'av, but really they present it in terms, an advocate for God, let's say. They present it as one who just recognizes the honor of God, but not of man. Tovei Laben, and that's one who recognizes just sort of the honor of man, as an advocate for man, but not for God, to the exclusion of God. And then Tovei La'av Uchvod Laben, both recognizes the honor and advocates for God and man. So the first, the Tovei La'av, is the quintessential one, but again, the one specifically mentioned in this medrash, Mechilta here that we're talking about, is Eliyahu. He was forcefully speaking, advocating for the honor of God, but in some sense, one might say, gave up on man at some point, and ultimately was replaced by Elisha. The model for Tovei Laben in the Medrash is Yonah, because Yonah tried to run from God. He thought he could hide from God. He had confidence in man to some degree, but he was afraid of what the reaction would be in Nineveh, right? And so he was willing to throw himself overboard for these other men. But then the Toveya that combines both God and man, that's the hero of Tisha B'Av, Yirmiyahu. And so Yirmiyahu, we read, was so worthy that his prophecy was doubled. He was given extra prophecy. Why? Well, we think of Yirmiyahu always for this time of year, of course, but it's still this message, not only of chastisement, not only reminding us of God's righteousness, but of the shame that brought us here, but the possibility of redemption. And so you would say, perhaps, the Mechilta is a model, so to speak, of what, at least one thing we hope to take away from the keynote as a body of work. And maybe that word is something like balance. We have to constantly work on a relationship with each other in this world, while at all times looking for mitzvot to honor God and then perform them to the best of our ability. And maybe that's one answer to the keynote. Maybe that is a paradigm for all of the keynote. Read 19 now.
Looking for Rabbi Weil. He's in the conference room. Yeah, there's only 2 people there, so swap locations.
The next Kinnah Chaf Aleph, is probably the Kinnah that we're most familiar with, which the Kinnah describes the barbaric murder of 10 of the martyrs. The truth is that in the Kinnah we only mention 8 of them, but it discusses some of our greatest leaders in Klal Yisrael who were killed in a terribly barbaric way. And the Kinnah describes in vivid imagery about exactly how they were killed. Just to read a couple of lines before we get into the background. The Kinnah, when it's describing the murder of Shimon Gamliel, so it says that after he was decapitated, so Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol picked up his head. Some einav al einav, piv al piv ba'ava gemura. The Kinnah tells us He put his face over his face, his eyes in his eyes, his mouth in his mouth with tremendous love. Ana va'amar, and in a loud voice he cried out, Peh mistaber b'Torah, a mouth that teaches beautiful words of Torah to Klal Yisrael. Pitoy niknesa alav misa mishur v'chamura. And now he was cut down in a terrible murder. The history of this Kinnah is interesting. Not all of the tzaddikim that we describe here were killed at the same time, but most of them were killed in a period about 60 years after the Churban of the Beis HaMikdash. 63 years. And the Romans thought that after they would destroy the Beis HaMikdash, they thought they would break the spirit of Klal Yisrael. They thought they would subjugate Klal Yisrael, and Klal Yisrael would be broken now that they lost the Beis HaMikdash. But the Romans soon learned that the tzaddikim of the dar, the Talmidei Chachamim of the generation, were not just the leaders to decide the halachic questions. They weren't just there to tell them when to say Kaddish or when they have to tevel their dishes, but they were also the leaders in every sense of the word, in the political sense. And they gave Klal Yisrael a structure, a form, and Klal Yisrael felt a certain confidence that they didn't yield to the Romans. And that's when the Romans decided that they have to go ahead and take these tzaddikim and murder them. The Gemara tells us a very interesting thing. The Gemara says that the death of the tzaddik is like the Sreva space of the Kinah. It's equal. And according to Yerushalmi, I think the Yerushalmi says even worse than the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. I'm going to give a little bit of maybe perhaps an explanation to that. In the times of the Beis HaMikdash, so if somebody wanted to bring a carbon, either he had an avera or he wanted to bring in a dava, so he would travel to Yerushalayim. And you can imagine it was a whole journey, it took some time, took a lot of effort. And he came to Yerushalayim and he purchased for himself an animal, made sure it didn't have mum, and he brought it as a carbon. And he's walking up, his family travels with him to Yerushalayim. And before he goes up to the Beis HaMikdash, he has to tevel in a mikvah. He has to prepare himself mentally, spiritually, get ready for this event. It's fascinating that recently, the past several decades, archaeologists have actually unearthed 55 of these mikvahs. So if you go to the Kaisel today, in the southwest corner, you could still see these mikvahs that our great-great-grandparents went to before they went up the steps to the Beis HaMikdash. And we can imagine to ourselves the excitement as they walked up the steps. The steps were built unevenly on purpose, so a person would walk slowly. He couldn't run into Shul, he couldn't run into the Beis HaMikdash. We had to go with trepidation, with awe. And it was a very powerful moment. And he walked into the Beis HaMikdash and he saw the Kehanim and the Leviim, and you could feel HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence in a tangible way. And he had tremendous clarity in what's important in life. And there's the Torah itself in Devarim describes that when a person would go to Yerushalayim, there was two things which to us seemed almost like a paradox that came together. The Torah tells us when a person goes to Yerushalayim, he gets a Yirah Shemayim. You have to eat Ma'aser Sheini in Yerushalayim, so we get an awe of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And yet a few psukim later, the Torah tells us that awe brought to a tremendous simcha, a tremendous happiness. In fact, Yerushalayim was called Mesais Kol Haaretz, the joy of the land. And the Medrash tells us that if a person wanted to have depressing thoughts, there was actually a place he could walk outside Yerushalayim to have those thoughts, but not in Yerushalayim. And Yerushalayim was a very powerful experience. And after a person brought a carbon, the halacha is that he has to remain in Yerushalayim. And he has to sleep there overnight. And the next day was a Yom Tov for him and his family. In fact, he was not allowed to do malacha similar to chalamite. It was like a chalamite for his family, a private Yom Tov. And you can imagine the tremendous chizuk and inspiration that a person got the entire year from going up to Beis HaMikdash. And we know during Yom Tov, the Kehanim would remove the parechas. They would remove the curtain from the Kodesh Kodashim, and we would see with our own eyes the Kruvim hugging each other. And we understand that Hashem loved the Bnei Yisrael. We felt him hugging us. And in a certain way, a person could see that by a tzaddik also. If a person is zeicha to see an Adam Gadol, to see one of our Gedolim, he sees somebody that the Shekhinah rests upon him. And certain things become clear. If you ever speak to somebody my great-grandfather spoke to learned by the Chavetz Chaim, he actually davened in his private minyan in his house. I'm sure if we had the chance to see the Chavetz Chaim, so we probably wouldn't have some of the questions we have today. We wouldn't have some of the confusion. It's like hard to say the Chavetz Chaim in the same sentence as social media, hashtag, YouTube, Netflix. It doesn't really work. And we'd have much more of a clarity of what's chashuv, what's not chashuv, what's important, what's not important. And just like we lost the Beis HaMikdash, Hashem took that away from us also. In fact, the Medrash says a fascinating thing on this Kinnah, on the Asar Rugi Malchus. The Medrash tells us something shocking. As we know, as all the speakers before me have said, and as the Rav has said, Klal Yisrael, we entered a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In 2448, all of our great-grandparents, everyone in this room, we stood under Har Sinai, and we entered a chuppah with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We became married to him. And after years and years of the marriage, we started becoming not loyal to Hashem. And like a husband turns to his wife and he says, you can't stay here anymore. We have to get separated. And Hashem threw us out of his house. He destroyed the Beis HaMikdash. He said, we can't stay in the same house. We can't live together anymore. And somehow, shocking as this is, Klal Yisrael did not get the message, says the Medrash. The Medrash says that almost like you have a wife who thinks that she's overconfident, her husband's never going to really get rid of her. He's never going to divorce her. And so even after we lost the Beis HaMikdash, the Medrash tells us that Klal Yisrael thought that still, we still felt secure because we had tzaddikim in our generation. And as long as we had a Rabbi Kiva, and as long as we had a Mentorgaman, as long as we had these tzaddikim in our generation, as long as we had these people, we didn't realize just how far we had fallen. In fact, the pasuk says in Shir Hashirim, "Hinach yafar ayasi, hinach yafa inayich yainim." So Rashi brings Chazal. Chazal teach us if somebody wants to get married, so he wants to look into the girl to see what she looks like. So either he'll check her out, or have his mother, his sister go look at her to see. Today, maybe he'll ask for a picture. And so Chazal tell us that if her eyes are beautiful, so then you know her whole body is beautiful. If her eyes are beautiful, you know her whole body is beautiful. And so the Medrash says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu turns to Klal Yisrael and he says, Hashem says, my beloved, you're beautiful. You know why? Because your eyes are beautiful. The leaders in the generation are called the eyes, the Einei Ha'ed, the eyes of Klal Yisrael. And as long as we have those Gedolim, we're beautiful in Hashem's eyes. And so what is the message when Rahman al-Itzlan, Hashem takes those tzaddikim away from us? It's a very, very powerful punch. When Hashem says, right now, you're not so attractive as you used to be. And maybe you have to work on yourself to change that. And that's what we're saying over here in the Kinnah. I want to just end with one thought that I saw from the Muslim Rebbe. We said in Eicha, last night we read Eicha. We said, Bachi tivke balayla, we said, cry at night, and her tears are on her cheeks. So what does it mean that her tears are on her cheeks? So he explains as follows. Usually when a person cries, so what happens? The tears roll down their cheeks, they fall to the floor, they don't stay on the cheek. But we're saying that we want to bechia, we want to cry where the tears remain in our cheek. What does that mean? He said when a Jew cries, he's not crying about the past. He's not crying about what we had and we don't have anymore. A Jew is crying for the future. We're crying so that we should change. We're crying because we realized how far we fell, and we want to rebuild that relationship with the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the dim masa alachya, the tear has to remain in our cheek. It has to create an impression on us. If we're sitting here nearly 2,000 years after these great tzaddikim passed away, and we are sitting here literally like an aval, if somebody lost a parent, he's allowed to come to shul today as an aval and sit together with us because we're all avelim. We're all today sitting shiva. We're sitting shiva 2,000 years later for Rabbi Kiva, the Chavera who died. If we're sitting shiva for these great tzaddikim, that means that is what our life is about. That means that we have to realize how important the tzaddikim are to us. The tzaddikim in this generation that we have, how important they are to us. Do we look up to them for guidance? Do we raise our children that that's their heroes? Do we raise our children that they could reach to be Gedolei Yisrael? And perhaps that's some of the Demasa Alechia that we could take away from the tears that we cry in Tisha B'Av, is what we could bring for the future from them. Tahira leif kedashim mesu b'misa chamura. Yadugara mirishay nacher berura kinfal dera rabba and shemayin. Pashat savara yivacha kinigza gzeira labshim chazar salergai benefesh mitzura. Yisera anoin shaba bakash lebchay sabena gvira. Nata reisha inisan al kuba isav minera taira samina valina b'filo b'mava gmura. Anava Amar Miskaber Batira, Pisai Nignisa, love me so Mushuna Hamura. Zival Afshidas Reshay Bitar Hasfira, Kian by Ray Muna. It's a common. circus beside the master Barzalish, yes, which must have been Moscow, Amra, Ashracha Rabbi Kiva Kofatar, Bachamine, Tara, Ben Bavari Buda, Rabbi Viu, Bishop and Levas Hara, Nerag Bishvim, Shana Bedera, Yeshivatanis, Naki, the Chassid Machta, the Mara, and Kini Ben Chadanachara, Makil Gilespitia, in Chara, Yeshivader, Shifatera, Ima, Vikifu Bahabe, Behavile, Samira. Esari Tituba, Muraku, the Sefer Terras, Fagim Shalta, Merhen Yichwa Liba, Shalem Los Mera, Hasid Rabbi Shabba Vasefer, Gu Amazam Amera, Shaku Veshlichu Leklavim, Blake Bar, Pura, Yatza Baskal Love, Shlahiniach Klomi Terras Mesh, Elishamra, Achara, Chutzpis Biamebra, Oifa Pireach, Nisafa Habo Pipim Dura, Tadik of Lazim and Shema Machroina, Negra, Matkera. Ya Amir Shabbos Ayos, Man Kiddush Vekadesh, Veikra, Cherev Shafu Allah, Blinichu, Lechayim, Lekamra, Yatson Ishmasai Bevaralihim, Yaitzer Tura, Kaina Mechaina, Isivu Neavola, No Ispigara, Beskila, Streifa, Herg Bechanek, Michal Shara, Niser, Simena Yoichal, Terabes, Fizura, Kazet, Nufo, Shekatfa, Karbu Ayevi, Vakira, Yitabadina, Blo Yosefo, Yasra. I made Spikaim Kushlo, Spinagaka, Mushia, Sarah, Timothy, Mara,
Kinnah 23, that Navi Chatati Shmima is what I'd like to introduce. But before that, I'd just like to share a thought about what we're doing, I guess, today, and not just this morning. Like many of us, I've observed many Tisha B'Avs, but after having sat Shiva for my father, Alav Shalom, I have a different appreciation for what we're doing today. And we've all paid Shiva calls, Rahman al-Islam. And when you sit and for days and have people visit you, there's this almost automatic tendency to find out how the person died. The suffering at the end is almost a natural topic. What happened? It's the curiosity, and having sat Shiva and explained what happened, it starts to get repetitive. And there's also many times that people want to know what your father's life was like. What was the loss? What did you have that you now no longer have? Many of the Kinnos refer to that moment of death, the loss of the Beis HaMikdash, the destruction of Yerushalayim. It focuses on that, unfortunately, often painful, suffering end. But part of Tisha B'Av is also remembering what we had. It's like taking out the photo album. A bunch of years ago, I started a minhag with my kids that on Tisha B'Av afternoon, we take out that atlas of the Beis HaMikdash. Do you know what I'm, a lot of pictures, the paintings, and it goes through the different Yomim Tovim and what it looked like. I think it's from the Machana Mikdash with all these pictures. And I just show my kids, especially when they were younger, this is what we used to have. This is what life with the Beis HaMikdash was like. And that's also part of the mourning. We're not sitting on the floor after chatzos. So maybe right now we're going through, how did he die? What was the end like? But let's also remember to, in a way, commemorate the loss by remembering what we had. Kinnah 23 is based on a medrash in Gittin, which I hope many of us have a chance to learn this afternoon. It involved an incident of the son and daughter of Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha and Kohen Gadol. And they were, like many at the time of the Chorban, were taken captive, and they were sold in the markets of the captives of Yerushalayim in Rome. And two masters who happened to be neighbors, that had bought slaves, they were talking about, I just came back from the market, and I have this amazingly handsome, just like incredibly attractive male slave who just is so incredible. I don't think I've ever seen somebody as handsome as he. And the neighbor said, that's so interesting. I also bought a slave girl from the captives of Yerushalayim, and she's more gorgeous than the sun. She just lights up the room. Rabbi Alon mentioned eyes. Her eyes are beautiful. It's the focus of the Kinnah, right? So the two masters have a great idea, right? We can go into business together. Let's put this boy and girl, these teenagers, together, and the children they have will obviously be gorgeous beyond all, and we'll make a killing on the slave market because we'll be able to sell these children. So they put them in the same room at night, and each of them is cowering in their respective corner. He is in shock that how could he, the son of a Kohen Gadol, have anything to do, because he didn't know who that girl was. So he wouldn't go near her, wouldn't touch her because of his cover. And she, on the other hand, sees a male at the other end, and she won't go near him because she's a Bas Kohen Gadol, she's the daughter of a Kohen Gadol, and she understands her status to go nowhere near a Gentile, let alone a slave. And so they just stay apart. They don't do what normal teenagers would do if they were put in the same room. Instead, they just stay in their corners, and then as the light begins to dawn in the morning, they see who each other is, and the shock of who they are and how far they had fallen led them to embrace as a brother and sister and cry themselves literally to death. So the Rav, who clearly is Rabbi Soloveitchik, who's clearly in this room and in many people's thoughts and minds, addressed this Kinnah in particular. He asked two questions. First of all, it's out of character for the keynote. Rabbi Alon just spoke about Arzeh HaLevanon, the great Asarei Harugei Malchus, the 10 martyrs. They were tzaddikim, they were Talmidei Chachamim. We live in the world that they built, right? The Torah Sheba'al Peh that they transmitted, that they infused us our whole lives. We can't think about what it would mean to be a Jew without Rabbi Akiva, without Rabbi Yehuda. These were the people who literally created our day-to-day lives and our connections to Hashem. That's a national calamity. Clearly, the loss of the Beis HaMikdash, that's reverberated for 2,000 years. Okay, so on Tisha B'Av, we are commemorating the things that still have an impact on us. Why do we single out an anonymous pair, a nameless son and daughter of a Kohen Gadol? Now, we have no idea who they were. Nobody is affected by their death. Their loss is basically not even a footnote in history. And yet, the Kinnos say we have to remember them. And then the Rav asked the second question in terms of the sequence. Here we are talking about some of the things we're skipping, obviously, because of the day, but if you go through the sequence, we start talking after the Ars HaLevana, we then talk about the martyrs of the Crusades from German Jewry in the 11th century. I'm going to resume that theme and then talk about the destruction of the Talmudic, the manuscripts of the Shas that were burned in 1242 in Paris. These are momentous. So we're talking about the cloud. Why do we interrupt here and talk about the son and daughter of a Kohen Gadol? So the Rav said, and initially he said it was a pedagogical point. He quoted Bereshis Rabbah on Parshas Noach that Rabbi Akiva went to the city of Ginzak to raise money to collect funds for indigent Jews. And he spoke about the Dor HaMabul, this Parshas Noah, talking about the Dor HaMabul, and no response. He's trying to raise money. You gotta really move the people if you're gonna raise money. And he saw that there was no reaction. And then he focused on Eov. He told the story of Eov in detail. And then suddenly the people were really, they could connect. That's the story. You could tell us about the man. You could tell us about his children. You could tell us about his wealth. You could describe him in detail. And Rabbi Golding said this at the very beginning this morning, that when you can focus on an individual, that's right, will bring about something more, greater understanding, something we could wrap our heads around. But the second answer that the Rav Zatzal gave, which I think was really profound, which was that Yahadus does not only commemorate the big events, but we have to mourn the individual. Yes, the calamity of the tzibor, major widespread loss, destruction that's devastating, high impact events definitely demand our attention. But we also have to remember the small person, the teenager with no name, the person who's not going to have an impact on the world ever again. It's important to remember Arzei Halabanon. It's important to remember the Beis Mikdash, great Kohanim. But the story of the private singular person is not well known, it's not famous, not influential, is also important to remember. Earlier this year, a woman named, a Holocaust researcher named Wendy Lower, wrote a book called The Ravine. And it comes from a photo that she received of what they call the Holocaust by bullets. It was a photo taken by somebody of a German and a Ukrainian aiming their rifles at a woman who's bent over. Her son is next to her on his knees. They're only shooting the woman because they didn't waste bullets on kids. They just figured that they would be pulled down into the pit and then they would be covered up and that's how they would die. But Wendy Lower noticed that there was a vague, faded outline that in the woman's kind of lap, she's bent over like this, and her face is covered because of the smoke from the bullets, of the shots. She's holding a baby in cloth, like you could just see the fade out. You can't see anything else. There's a little bit sticking out of the baby, but she's bent over. And Wendy spent almost 2 years looking for the identity of this family, this mother and her 2 children. She actually discovered who were the murderers. And actually she found out that 2 of them were actually executed later on. She found out the person who took the photograph was actually joined the resistance and saved Jews. So don't assume that they take a picture, they must be part of it. But she never found out who it was. Not the mother, not the boy that was clearly visible, but not even the baby. And she interviewed about 40 people in the town of Mariupol in the Ukraine. And I just think that there's something about looking at pictures and seeing what we can discover. Like this Kinnah is the identity of that baby in the lab. We don't know who they are. We'll get a little picture of their, what they might have looked like. We don't know their names. But on Tisha B'Av, as we go through the keynote, we have to also remember these unknown people and try to realize that they too are a loss that we are obligated to remember. I asked Rabbi Foxbrunner slight permission, again, because of the image of the Rav. What he would do on Tisha B'Av is after davening in the morning in Boston, he would give a bit of a shiur first, and then he would read Kinnos, but he would interject. He did not do like these introductions and then people read the Kinnah. He would read the Kinnah together with everybody, and then interject a couple of thoughts along the way, which is they were collected by Rabbi J.J. Shuster, and then they informed the special edition that Koren put out, which is why you get commentary on a lot of different phrases. So it's a brief Kinnah, and I would like us to read it together, and I'd just like to try to inject a couple of comments along the way. We'll start with Kinnah 23, Bet Navi. Bet Navi, Chatati Shmima, V'dimati Alachi Azrima, V'yomzeni Niyarima, V'ahima Miyamim Yamima, Eva Lev Nifum Chadal Chadal, Mikol Ka'ev Tzvi Nivdal Badal, Aben Uvad Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, Zichram Yikadil V'vi Asima, V'ahima Miyamim Yamima, Eid Nishbu V'naflu L'shnei Adonim, V'hem Shchenim Zelu Mazechonim, V'yisabru Zelazeh Yanim, Ze'amar Mishivyat Sionim, Shaviti Shechal L'vushat Shanim, Kalavana Beziv V'koster Panim, V'tor K'ktir V'yimama V'ahima Miyamim Yamima. So the Rav pointed out, again, that like this, even the Jews, when they are suffering and they are expelled and they are in the market of the captives of Zion, even so, this young woman, she's clothed in scarlet. Her appearance, her radiance, her beauty, she's able to hold on to that. There's a dignity that she holds on to, even as she is oppressed and persecuted. And she feels lost. Her father was killed. She's far from home. She has every reason to just neglect herself, and yet she carries herself with that dignity and maintains her radiance. And Ktsia v'Yemima are the two of the three daughters that Eov had after he had lost his whole family. And at the end of Eov, he has a new family, and these are the most beautiful women in the world, according to Sefer Eov. Continuing the Kinnah. Re'eh u'siper lo b'cheflayim. Hein aniva b'shavi Yerushalayim. Shaviti eved yifei einayim. Kashemesh b'tokpo eitz arayim. B'sar eitz manach ishlima v'ahima miyamim yamima. Bo nizavegem v'nachalka b'ntayim. B'vlada k'mo kochvei hashemayim. L'shem azot titzana oznayim. L'zefer zot et madai afrima v'ahima miyamim yamima. Et madai afrima means I'll rip my clothes. And the Rav was mechadesh. We know from the Shulchan Aruch who we have to tear kriya for, a great Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Hador who dies, or if we're right in front of somebody when they pass away. But the Rav said that a kadosh, a martyr, kiddush shem shemayim, that is somebody that we would have to tear kriya for too, because of their dedication to Hashem's name. לערב זיווגום בחדר אחד, האדונים בחוץ לבנק אחד, והם בוכים במר נפש בפחד, הבוקר בחייתם לא הדמימה, והאימא מימים ימימה. זה יסוד בכל לבב ימצא, מן אהרון איך לשפחה יינשא, והיא גם היא תהיה ליל בתגרת שוסה, בת יוכבד איך לעבד תינשא, אוי כי זאת גזר אומר בזה, לזאת יבכו אש, Another great thing about Klal Yisrael, that even when they are at the depths and they can say that all is lost and I'm a slave and I may as well just accept that fate, they maintain the standards as much as they possibly can. The grandson of Aaron says, how can I marry him? I would never be allowed to do this in my own life. Now that I'm an Eved, I'm not going to give up, and I hold myself to the great calling of Klal Yisrael, even though I am at the depths as a slave. And she too, a Bat Yocheved, she's the daughter of Cohen. How could she copulate with a non-Jew? She refuses to do that. Again, trying to maintain standards, even though with the depraved conditions that they're in. Or Boker Zedzek Ikiru, Hoyachi, the Hoyachod Ikiru, Nitzchabku Yachad Nitchabaru, Ad Yatzanish Matam Nishima, Rahima Miyamim Yamima. Zar Tikonen Yirmiyahu B'Shiyah, Zera Zal Tamina Nibaviyah, Vavavi Yekad Yekodafiyah, Ben Avad Misped Rab Amhima, Bahima, Miyamin Yamima. Yirmiyahu, who was obviously part of the, lived at the time of the first Korban, his words anticipated this tragedy of the second Korban, the second temple's destruction. And it shows that in many, many ways, our suffering throughout history is just a recapitulation of the travail and the mourning and the lamentations of Yirmiyahu, who sets the model for us throughout the day.
Next Kinnah, Chafei 25, deals with the events that happened in the Rhineland massacres during the times of the First Crusade. This might not be the first Kinnah that's dealing with the Crusades, but this is dealing with the attack and the destruction of three important cities in the Rhineland. There's Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, Aspira, Vermaisa, and Magenza. They were attacked during the First Crusade. First Crusade's goal was to redeem Jerusalem from the infidels, from the Muslims. And Pope Clement had gave the directive. They released criminals from jails. There was a whole group of thousands of people going. And on their way to do it, they figured that, why only attack the infidels in Jerusalem? Let's attack the Jews as well. They also were motivated by a need for money, finances, to maintain the costs of the initiative. We see in the Kinnah that they used to take the clothing off the people that they massacred, to degrade them, but also in order to get their possessions, in order to sell them. There was also a lot of forced conversion. They were baptizing people against their will. It was sanctioned to some extent by the leadership, but to some extent it was the church said not to do it. The Jews were aware of this happening, and they tried to give money and to bribe the authorities. In some of the cases, they actually hid in the bishop's castle to protect themselves from the marauding crusaders. These towns, they're called Hebrew called Shum, for Spira, Worms, and Mainz, were very prominent cities. As a matter of fact, Worms was settled by Jews who left Eretz Yisrael from the first exile, the first Churban, after the first Churban. There's in the Art Scroll notes, it says that there was a time when they were welcomed back to rejoin after the Golus Bavel, after the Babylonian exile was over. They were invited to come back to Yerushalayim, and their response was that they were comfortable here. We have a lot here. He says, you can have your Jerusalem, and we'll have our Jerusalem as well, our little Jerusalem where we'll live. And in Halacha, these cities, Takanos Shum, come up over and over. They had Takanos afterwards, and it's after the destruction period they rebuilt, and there were Takanos Shum, special takanos that dealt with situations where in marriage and suba, and they're dealt with very extensively in halacha. So it was really a bastion, a source for Torah learning. You find that Rashi, who grew up in France, he learned in yeshivas in these yeshivas, in Magensa and Worms, and that's where he went to learn Torah. The students of Rabbi Gershom or Agola were there. They're the ones who taught him. And essentially, that's really where we have Torah from. It's how can you learn without Rashi? Rashi didn't make up his Pirushim. Rashi received them from his Rebbeim, as he often notes, from Yehuda ben Yakar and Yitzhak Halevi. And those were his Rebbeim, and they were located in these cities, in Magensa. That was the source of Jewish learning. Later, Rashi brought it to France, and he and his grandchildren started yeshivas there. I saw in the Koran Kinnos that Rabbi Soloveitchik suggests that the fact that we don't have any remnant of the Ashkenaz teaching, which was really the source of all the learning that we have, was because of these tragedies, because of what happened. The numbers that were killed in these cities, if you think of them relative to other tragedies in history, were not that great. There was 15,000, 20,000 Jews who were killed. Of course, it's not to belittle it, but I want to make a point. It made an extremely strong impression on the Jews. The Av HaRachamim that we say every week was based on these massacres. There was a desire to institute something that would commemorate these massacres. That's an institution that was instituted that to this very day. The Taz, when he explains, he's trying to figure out in the Hilchos of Sfira, he's trying to figure out the 33 days, where does it come a minhag to keep both before Lag BaOmer and after Lag BaOmer? And he suggests that the minhag not to have weddings after Lag BaOmer isn't because of the Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva. That's the minhag until Lag BaOmer. But the minhag afterwards, suggests the Taz, is because of to commemorate the massacres that went on during the Crusades. These happened, as a lot of things happened in history, during the spring. That's when armies mobilized. You'll find in the Holocaust also, the Hungarian Jewry was all there. They don't know when their yard sites are, so they're all around Sivan, around that time. And here also, the Jews had an idea that this was coming. It seems that they had started in France. The group got together in France. That's where Clement started the crusade, and they knew that something was coming, and they tried to protect themselves. In certain places, they were able to. The first place that was attacked was Speyer. That's mentioned in the Kinnah, the first one, and then they went to Vermeise, to Worms, and the author of the Kinnah, Economist, actually tells you the date of that they went. They went to there twice, and then they went to Magensa, to Mainz. In Magensa, that was where the most destruction happened, and that was where the leader there was Economist, the first Economist. Rashi actually quotes him in Bea and speaks of him in a great way. He was the leader there, and they resisted, but ultimately they were vanquished, and he took his own life and some other people's lives in order to prevent, not clear exactly, either to prevent the torture or to prevent the concern about them being baptized against their will. So I was thinking that if you look at the refrain in the Kinnah, it says, Al Beis Yisrael al Am Hashem ki naflu v'charev. That's the refrain that he says over. That's really from a pasuk in Shmuel, when David heard about Shaul and Yonasan being killed in their war with Amalekim. That was what they said. The pasuk says, "Vayifku." They mourned Shaul and Yonasan beno al Am Hashem al Beis Yisrael ki naflu v'charev, because for the nation of the house of Israel and the nation of Hashem, because they had fallen in by the sword. So I thought that maybe, considering the fact that Shaul was one of the examples of someone who committed suicide or had himself be killed in order to avoid, Chazal say, to avoid the torture that happened later, that maybe that as a refrain is an allusion to that, because that was what was done here as well in Germaisa, in Magenza. So considering that all this happened in ER and Sivan, so the Baal HaKinnah, or Klonimus, needs to address the question of why he's putting it here to be recited in the Kinnos of Tisha B'Av. And he says there towards the end, he says, after he speaks about the tragedy, about what was done to the bodies, he speaks about the Torahs that were abused, the Sifrei Torah that were abused. He says, "Kishkula harigasam la'isabel l'isapra kisreifas beis Elokeinu olam v'abira." He quotes a Maimer Chazal that says that, Rashi brings this down in Chumash, that Gedola Misa Tzadikim is like Sreifas Beis Elokeinu. The death of Tzadikim is like the burning of the Beis Hamikdash. For obvious reasons, that the Beis Hamikdash is a vehicle for Klal Yisrael to connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the Gedolim, the Sreifas, the Gedolei Torah that they were the vehicle for Klal Yisrael to connect, and therefore there's a parallel. And then he says, "V'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'tavera," and you're not supposed to add an extra day of a day to mark shever, breaking, destruction, and tavera, and conflagration. V'ein lahagdem zulasi lahachra, and you're not supposed to bring a date earlier, to make a date that's marking the horrible things, to bring it earlier. Note, so even though it's happened in Sivan and Iyar, they didn't mark the day then, rather l'achra, but to make it later and to do it together with Tisha B'Av. And therefore, as tachas kein hayom livyasi orera. And therefore today, so in other words, this is written to be said on Tisha B'Av, this is the day that will be ma'orer livyasi, the wailing. So this is an important concept, the idea that we don't establish additional days for Avelos, as I mentioned before. And that's why you see interspersed throughout the Kinnos, it doesn't follow chronologically. You don't have the Kinnos that have to deal with Korban bias first, and then the Kinnos that have to do with the Crusades, and then the Kinnos that have to do with Sefer of the Sifrei Torah, that Shali Sufa Leish. But rather they're interspersed throughout, because there's this message of these two messages. First of all, that we're supposed to recognize and identify the travails and tragedies that we go through as being related to the Korban of the Beis Hamikdash. And that idea is so central that to diminish it by having additional days of commemorating tragedies would undermine that. And therefore, this is the day, Tisha B'Av is the day that we go through, that we think of everything. There are a lot of, you get a sense of reading the different things that this event, the Crusades, these massacres, seem to have been like the first time you had anti-Semitism expressing itself in this way, where there was a rabble, there was groups that were able to have free hand to some extent to murder innocent Jews who were not able to protect themselves, who tried to protect themselves, they fought, and there was sanctioned to some extent, and there was a reason on a large scale with all the things that went along with it, the abuse of the dead, the Jews trying to depend on their relationships with the Gentiles. A lot of them were depending and thought that the Christians would help them. And there were a lot of motifs, a lot of patterns that seemed like this was set the stage for the type of persecution that Jews went through from then and onward until our generation, that wasn't really done before. That's why it made such a tremendous impression on the leadership at that time. They felt that we really have to recognize it. And sadly, we've seen this pattern continue, that at times of unrest and when there are opportunities, the rabble, the masses, are able to do what they want, and the authorities give them free hand They take bribes and they say they'll help, but they don't do anything in the end. And that's been the pattern. It's very moving to see that a Kinnah that focuses on a period of time where this became the norm. This became the pattern that was followed afterwards in Tach B'Tach and afterwards and through the Holocaust. So these are the messages that this Kinnah has, that the tragedies that we've had in history are related to Churban Beis Hamikdash. And this fact that historically this was like the beginning, the foreshadowing of the situation that Klal Yisrael has in Golus. In Mitzvah Hashem, this should be the last Tisha B'Av, and we should be able to be released from this Golus and from this situation.
Kinnah 28. Echte Nachamuni. I was asked to speak about Echte Nachamuni, and my plan was to go through the Kinnah and stop where I got confused and try to investigate and see what I can learn out. I got through 2 words, Echte Nachamuni. How can I be consoled at the destruction of Beis HaMikdash? Hang tight, because it's going to start not the way you think it will. Echte Nachamuni. It goes against everything I learned as a Jew. We're Yidden. We know there's a bigger picture. What do you mean, Echte Nachamuni? Somebody who believes in Mikra, everything is happenstance, so everything in life is Echte Nachamuni. Why me? Why did this happen to me and not him? But somebody who believes in Hashgacha, there's a built-in Nechama. And I didn't understand where Rabbi Lazar HaKalir was coming from. Echte Nachamuni, as bad as something is, did Rabbi Lazar HaKalir never hear Kol Madavid Rachmano Tavavid? Everything that God does is for the best? What do you mean, Echte Nachamuni? Rabbi Lazar HaKalir never read Chovos HaLevavos, and I quote, when you try to understand why Hashem does certain things in the world, we don't always understand why it's for our best. What God does is very deep and very hidden, and we don't understand it. And therefore we're ma'aminim, even if we don't get it. We don't have to get it. That's not a stira. So, Echte Nachamuni? Why? The Nechama is God runs the world. Did Rabbi Lazar HaKalir never bench? Az Yamale Schokpinu, we say in Shir Amalis. When Mashiach comes, when we go back to Tzion, so if you've ever had a bad dream and you wake up from a dream and you're like, Metushtash, was this a dream? Was this real? So, Ainu Kecholmim, will be like dreamers. Surfside, Meron, pogroms. Why did I not get this job? Why did this business deal fall through? It'll be like a dream. Az Yamali Schokpinu will finally get it. One day we'll know. We don't know the answers now, but one day we'll get it. Isn't that a nechama? Did Rabbi Lazar HaKalir not know that? Did Rabbi Lazar HaKalir never hear a God about whom I understand everything and know everything is no longer a God? Rabbi Feldman, do you know where that's quoted from? That's from Tales Out of a Shul, Emmanuel Feldman. He probably never read that. But there is a reason for everything. Did he not read the Mishnah in Brachos? Chayv Adam mevarach ha'tova al hara kashem shenavarach ha'tova. We must praise Hashem for the bad like we praise Him for the good. What do you mean? We say Atova Meitiv on the good. We say Baruch De'anamis on the bad. No, both should be said with the same simcha. Explains the Rambam in Perush Mishnayos. When bad things happen to you, be happy, be at peace. Don't be angry. Say Baruch De'anamis with happiness, just as you would say Baruch De'anamis, just like you would say Baruch Atova Meitiv. Because there is no bad. Really, Kol Madavid Rachmano Tavavid. And finally, in the most glaring stira, which when you think about this and you think about Echte Nachamuni, you really scratch your head. Everybody's heard this Gemara, the last blot in Makos. The Akiva, Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Nazariah, and Rabbi Yeshua see the destruction of Yerushalayim. 3 cry, and Rabbi Akiva smiles, laughs. They ask him, why are you smiling? So he says, because now that I see the destruction, the nevuah of the destruction coming true, then I know that the nevuah of the rebuilding will come true as well. So what was their answer to Rabbi Akiva? Akiva nechamtanu. Akiva nechamtanu. The Gemara tells us there's a nechama. So that was my question. That's where I got lost. And the art scroll, Kinnos, goes into who Rabbi Lazar HaKalir is. And when you know who Rabbi Lazar HaKalir is, different opinions, you realize it's not that Rabbi Elazar HaKalier didn't understand what I'm understanding. It's obviously I'm not understanding what Rabbi Elazar HaKalier did understand. The different opinions who he was, according to Tosfos, it was Rabbi Elazar, the son of Shimon Bar Yochai, who sat in a cave with Shimon Bar Yochai for 13 years, learning. So clearly, I'm the one here who needs direction, not Rabbi Elazar. So then I had to investigate further. Says Sefer Lavavi Mishkan Evne, says the word olam, world, comes from Yilashon Helen, from the Lashon of hidden. Why? Because everything in this world is mevulbal, we're confused, everything is upside down, olam hafufu. What is our purpose in this world? So a few chapters later, Chelik Zayin, he says, Tachlis ha'adam, we talk about what are we meant to do in this world? So he quotes Mesilas Yesharim, who says, Hashleimus ha'amiti u'rak hadveikus bo'ezrach shemo. Connection to Hashem. That's it. That's what David HaMelech said. V'ani kiros elokim litov. So it's trying to think about what is Eich Tenachamuni. So think about our hashkafa that we're supposed to have in a world of Beis HaMikdash, as opposed to our hashkafa today in a world of Churban. Our whole tachlis is being close to Hashem. Meaning when we make a decision in life, the only thing you should be thinking about, will this bring me closer to my Creator, or will this bring me farther from my Creator? Not, will this make me the most money, will this make me less money, will this make me happy, is this a good vacation spot, is this a bad vacation spot? There's a tachlis. The tachlis is, does this bring me closer to my Creator or farther than Creator? So, hashkafa Beis HaMikdash, that's how we think. Hashkafa is a churban, it's Helen, everything is hidden, everything is upside down. Quoting again, the Chavos HaLevavos, this is hashkafas Beis HaMikdash. We are meant to put in the absolute minimum amount of hishtadlus when we do things, according to a person's bitachon, like we see from David HaMelech in his fight with Goliath, David and Goliath. You picture like by the gladiator scenes. David, do you want armor? No, I don't want armor. Do you want for your chest? No. Do you want a helmet? No. Do you want a sword? No. I don't need any of that. I come b'shem Hashem. Instead, we work 30-hour weeks, 40-hour weeks, 50-hour weeks, 60-hour weeks, Sundays, we're on call, we're on this, we travel. I'm as guilty as this as everybody in this room. That's a shkafas chorban. It's not even our fault. This is the chorban. This is the time we're living. Hashkafas Beis HaMikdash, minimum hishtadlus. We come b'shem Hashem. Every single action we do is meant to be governed by what brings us closer to Hashem. Another interesting parallel or opposite, hashkafas chorban and hashkafas Beis HaMikdash. I don't know if anybody else was raised like me, Israeli strong parents, but I was raised as follows. When you talk to someone, you look them in the eye. You talk with a loud voice. You stand up for yourself. You make people know, you're number one in the room. You're the strongest in the room. Hashkafas chorban. What's hashkafas Beis HaMikdash? From the Igeres Ramban, the Ramban's famous letter to his son. This is what he writes then, Ramban. Kol dvarecha iyu benachas. Everything you say should be quietly. When you look down, when you talk, you look down. Your heart's facing up. Don't look a person in the eye when you're talking to them. And this today would make you the weakest person in the world. Everybody's greater than you. In your eyes, everybody's greater than you. Imagine walking into a business meeting and feeling that every single person there is greater than you. Hashkafas Beis HaMikdash. That's not how we're meant to be today. You're the greatest in the room. You're the greatest this. You're the greatest that. That's chorban. Our hashkafa is everything is Helen. There's a story that I heard, true story. I heard it from Rabbi Silverman, and he said it in Yiddish. And even though I don't understand Yiddish, it gives a certain punch which I just can't give over. So you'll have to settle for a translation. But it's a true story about a gvir, a wealthy person, who whenever he would meet the rabbi, he would give him a check for $18. And he was very wealthy. And one day he calls the rabbi and he says, Rabbi, my end is coming. Please come, I want to give you a check. And the rabbi goes and he's on his deathbed and he's surrounded by friends and family. And the rabbi says, vidui with him. And he says to the rabbi, he says, I want to, my time is coming. I want to give you a check. And he pulls out a check, $18. So the rabbi says, whatever his name is, let's call him Harry. He says, Harry, Ad Khan, your end is coming. Ad Khan, $18, leave a legacy. So this is what he said to him. He said, Halev rotze, my heart wants to give. Aval hayad lo notenet. My head just won't let me. My heart wants so badly to give, but my head won't let me. That's hashkafas hakorban. I think all of us here, the heart knows what we're supposed to do. We do things that we know are wrong when we spend time doing this instead of what we're supposed to do. We don't learn enough. We don't do this. Our heart wants to so bad, but welcome to hashkafas hakorban. Welcome to the time we're living in. The hand just won't let us. That's eich tenachamuni. We're living in this mitzias that we know there's more to life. We know there's better. We know there's a better way to live. I think that's eich tenachamuni. So the only question that I was left with was, what was different about David and Rabbi Akiva? They clearly lived hashkafas Beis Hamikdash at the time of the Churban. I mean, David preceded the Beis Hamikdash, but he had the hashkafa and Akiva post Churban. What was different about them? So I heard the following about David HaMelech. I don't know where I heard it, and I don't know where it comes from. But Adam Harishon saw that there was going to be a tzaddik that was supposed to die at birth. So he was mispalo, please give him 70 years of my life. So Adam was supposed to live to 1,000, lived to 930. David was supposed to die at birth, lived 70 years. So David's neshama was sort of straight from the source. All our neshamas are straight from the source. But David's was straight from Adam Harishon, who was mispalo, give him a piece of me so he should live 70 years. So that gave Adam a certain height, a certain koach to live a hashkafa of Beis Hamikdash, pre-Beis Hamikdash. What about Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva lived through the destruction. So how do we know that Rabbi Akiva had a Beis Hamikdash hashkafa post-Churban? So I'm going to finish with the Gemara that everybody's heard, and Menachos Tes on the base, possibly. I photocopied it without the Amir. And it says like this. He says, if you have not heard this Gemara before, fasten your seatbelts because it's a head scratcher. Amir Rav Yehuda, Amir Rav. When Moshe went up to Shemayim, he found the Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yoshev the Kaisher Kasani, putting on the crowns on top of the Isis and the Sefer Torah. And he said to him, Rebbeinu Shalom, what are you doing? What's pshat here? So Hashem said to him, Adam Echad Yesh She'asid Liyos B'Seif Kamadaris. There's going to be a person several generations later, and his name is Akiva ben Yosef, and he's going to teach people what every single line on top of the Sefer Torah is, and whatever he's going to teach it. So Moshe said, "Show me. I'm curious. Show me what is this all about?" So Akiva, if you can visualize it, sort of like Akiva was plucked into the back of the class, and Moshe, was plucked into the back of the class watching Akiva ben Yosef teach this, and he didn't understand. He didn't understand it. Moshe Rabbeinu didn't understand it. Tashash Kocho, he became like weak. He didn't understand until they got to something, and the Talmidim Rabbi Akiva said to him, "How do you know this? Where do you learn this from?" And he said to them, "Halacha Moshe Misinai." So Akiva was rejuvenated. Moshe was rejuvenated because Akiva thought that this was halacha Moshe Misina. Here's the punchline. Ba lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Amar Lefana. So Moshe said to the Rebbeinu Shalom, Yesh lecha Adam kazeh. You have a person like Akiva ben Yosef, ve'ata nosein Torah al yadi, and you're giving the Torah through me. Moshe Rabbeinu says to Hashem, you have Akiva ben Yosef several generations later, and you're giving the Torah through me? What's pshat? I don't know what pshat is, but clearly there are David and Akiva and possibly others who lived a hashkafa of Beis Hamikdash during the time of the Churban. And we are living hashkafa of Churban, and that, for that reason only is, or at least one of several reasons, is eich tenachamuni.
The next Kinnah we're doing is Kinnah 31, Lamed Aleph. In the art scroll, it's found on page 304, and in the Koran edition, it's 515. This Kinnah, as many of the Kinnahs, is attempts to bring out the loss of our Beis HaMikdash, leaving Yerushalayim twice. In doing so, the Paitin, the unknown author, contrasts the leaving of Yerushalayim to the leaving of Klal Yisrael Mitzrayim, from Egypt. Contrast helps in understanding anything, how bad something is, how good something is. As Rav Amir just described, the hashkafa of the Beis HaMikdash and the hashkafa of the Churban. It's a nice segue into this contrast. Why, though, is it necessary, if you want to just say how bad something is, to make this whole parallel, verse by verse? There are 22 verses of parallel between our leaving of Mitzrayim and our leaving of Yerushalayim. I want to share an idea that I heard initially from Rabbi Gross, who's in Baltimore, but he was in Camp Monk, where I used to go for many summers. This idea is also encapsulated by Rav Dessler. As was mentioned earlier, it was a remarkable phenomena in the Beis HaMikdash, in the Lifnai B'Lifnim, over the Aron, were these Kruvim. And Bisman, She Yisrael, the Gemara says in Baba Basra, when Klal Yisrael did the Ratzon Hashem, the Kruvim looked to each other. And when we were not doing the Ratzon Hashem, the Kruvim looked away from each other. During the Shalosh Regalim, the curtain of the Aron was opened. The Lifnai was open, and Klal Yisrael could see the Kruvim were actually Me'urim Zeh B'Zeh. They were hugging each other. They were dovuk to each other, Rashi says. On the day that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, a curious thing took place. The Goyim threw open the paroches, and the Kruvim were Me'urim Zeh B'Zeh. They were hugging each other on the day the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. It's counterintuitive. If it's the day that we weren't doing the Ratzon Hashem, the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, then the Kruvim should have been looking away from each other. Why were they hugging each other? Rabbi Yerucham Levovitz mentions the idea of a moed, which we find on Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is Kara Alai Moed. Here's a day that we are sitting low, we're mourning the loss, many of the losses throughout Klal Yisrael's history, and yet it's called a moed. We don't say tachanun today. A moed on a time when we're mourning, those are contradictory ideas. Moed, Rabbi Yerucham said, could mean a connection, as was been mentioned already a few times, a connection between us and the Ribbono Shel Olam, between us and people. If you see an adult walking with a child, you don't really know the nature of the relationship. They might even be very good friends until one thing happens. If the adult chastises the child, then you know that it's a parent of that child. As a grandparent now, I've been many times in our children's home, and I've been reminded by our children that the responsibility of parenting is for the parents, not the grandparents. A relationship could be good, loving, warm, and a relationship can be very harsh, but it all emanates from the same source of love. So this Kinnah contrasts two times when Klal Yisrael experienced the love of the Ribono Shel Olam. When we left Mitzrayim with a Yad Ramah, we felt the love of the Ribono Shel Olam, the Eser Makos, the slaying of the most powerful nation, walking out of Mitzrayim without Mary lifting up a sword. Klal Yisrael left. What tremendous hashgacha, what tremendous love the Ribono Shel Olam showed the Jewish people. And when we left Yerushalayim, it was also an expression of love. It was also an expression of the Ribono Shel Olam's connection to the Jewish people. But it was harsh. It was harsh because we needed to get the message, because we had to take the consequences of our behavior, our collective behavior, but it was still an expression of love. And so the Paitan, the author of this Kinnah, puts together two moments in history and contrasts them as positive love and as harsh reality of love. The Tseisi Mitzrayim, when we left Mitzrayim, and the Tseisi Yerushalayim, when we left Yerushalayim. Let's just take a look at a few of them together, and then I'm going to share with you an introduction to a song, a melody of how this Kinnah is actually sung. Eish Tukad Bekirbi, it starts, there's a fire burning inside of me, Baha'alosi Alibi, as I think about the following, that Tseisi Mitzrayim, when we left Egypt, and yet Kinim A'ira, I'll be aroused by a Kinnah, by these lamentations, the elegies that they're saying, Lama'an Azkira, in order that we remember that Tseisi Yerushalayim. And many of these contrasts bring out this theme of the two ways of love. Let's just look at Aleph, Az Yashir Moshe. Moshe Rabbeinu sang the song, Shir Lo Yinashe. We won't forget the song of Az Yashir. In contrast to that love that the Ribono Shel Olam showed us, was Vayikonim Yirmiyah, the elegies of Yirmiyah, Naha Nehi Nihiyah, when we were lamenting, also an expression of love, but the other side of the coin, the harsh love. Skipping to the letter Ches, Chagim v'Shabbosos, holidays, Movsim v'Ovsos, all the wonders, that was B'Tseisim Mitzrayim, the love that Hashem expressed to us, Tanis ve'Evel, same love, but in a harsh way, in a harsher message. Uredofa Hevel, B'Tseisi Yerushalayim. Just skip to Chof for a moment, the letter Chof, Kaporis ve'Aron. We had the coverings of the Mishkan, the Avnei Zikoron, the Avnei Sholom, which had the names of the Shvatim written on them, on the Begodim of the Kohen Gadol. What a closeness that brought out, B'Tseisi Mitzrayim. Avnei Hakela, Hakola, different stones. Those were the stones of the catapults that the Romans used to conquer the city. Uchlei Habola, B'Tseisi Yerushalayim. Stones that were stones of memory of a close relationship, stones that were still an expression of that relationship, of that connection. The end of the Kinnah, as many of the Kinnahs, ends with a positive note, with a hope for the future. The letter Sof, Tov, the last letter, Torah Usauda, the testimonies of Klei Achemda, the cherished Kalim that we had. Soson v'simcha should end with joy. V'nas yagona anacha, we should see a disappearance of the pain and the suffering. V'shuvi Yerushalayim. Rabbi Yechiel Arya Cohen Monk Zatzal was the chief rabbi of Berlin. And he had a fascinating hashkafa story of his escape, but he brought with him some of the Masorah that came from Germany. And in the Kehilos in Germany, they sang this Eish Tukad Bekirbi. The first phrase of the verse they sang in a very loud and proud sound. And the second was sung very quietly because it reflected the other dimension of love that the Ribono Shel Olam showed, which was that harsh love. If you'll join me, we're going to sing together. Eish Tukad Bekirbi Bahalosi Alibi B'Tseisi Mitzrayim Kinim Aira Ma'an Askira Vitseis in Yerushalayim. Az Yashir Moshe Shir Lo Yinashe Vitseis in Mitzrayim. Vayikoren Yirmiyah ben Nahami Nehiyah Vitseis in Yerushalayim. Beitzi Schoen on the Shachan He'an on the Tzeisi Mitzrayim. O Chamas Ashwachna Allah Kanan on the Tzeisi Yerushalayim. Galei Amram Uvchachoma Akam Uvitzeisi Mitzrayim. Stunim Shatafu ve'al Roshi Yitzafu b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Degan Shamayim Mitzur Yazuvu Mayim b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Lana Merudinu Mayim Hamarim b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Hashkem the ha'arev sevivos ha'archorev b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Horei erev al naharos bavel b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Umarek kvod Adonai ke'esh kocheles lifanai b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Cherem netusha letevach netusha b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Zevach u'mincha v'shem en hamishcha b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Skuva selkucha ketzon lativcha b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Chagim b'Shabbat u'movsim v'osos tzeisi Mitzrayim. Tanis v'yevel rodov ha'hevel b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Tovu ha'olim le'arba degalim b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Yale Ishmaelim u'machanos hareim b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Yovel u'shmita be'eretz shokeita b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Mochur latzmizus v'choruz v'chosus b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Kapores ve'aram ve'avnei zikaram b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Yavnei hakolos lei hakola b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Nevi'im aharonim v'shivim zekenim b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Nogizim u'morim u'mokrim v'konim b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Moshe Yir'einu ve'Aharon Yancheinu b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Nebuchadnezzar v'Daryanos Keisar b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Naroch melchama v'Adonai shama b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Rachot mimenu v'hinei yemenu b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Sisrei varoches v'sirei mahareches b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Heimoni tefas ve'alai sochechas b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Ola uzvachim ve'ishei nechochim b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Cherem edukarim b'nei Tzion haikorim b'tzeisi Yerushalayim. Arei mikvaos v'chavod mikvaos b'tzeisi Mitzrayim. Shrikos Usruos Vikolos Usvalos Vitseis in Yerushalayim. Sitz Hazah Bahamishel Raha Vitseis in Mitzrayim. Ushlach HaNezer Ofos HaNezer Vitseis in Yerushalayim. Kedusha Vua Uchvod Adonai Bira B'Tzeisim Mitzrayim Nigama Umora B'Ruach HaTuma B'Tzeisim Yerushalayim Rina Yeshua B'Chatzotzros HaTrua B'Tzeisim Mitzrayim Saka Solo V'Naka Solo Says in Yerushalayim, Shulchan Aruch Chalil Torah B'Tzeisim Mitzrayim, Elul V'Zoybo Fesel U'Matzelo B'Tzeisim Yerushalayim, Torah U'Seuda U'Chlei Achemda B'Tzeisim Mitzrayim. Sasa Nesim Chavenas Yagad Yanacha V'Shuli Yerushalayim.
There is an interesting scenario playing out today. Those of you who have been a part of camp life in the summer, you may have seen the scene for yourself or perhaps even been a part of it. And it goes like this. The counselors take the kids out of the bunks. Everyone is brought to the shul. The shul obviously set up in a very somber way for the kids to experience a meaningful Tisha B'Av. And the kids come in and you see, as they come in, who's prepared and how they're prepared. Some have a little pillow. Some come as if they're going to be boarding a flight for 14 hours. And they're ready to go. They're just hunkering down for the long haul. And it's a very big challenge to go ahead and to connect children, and that goes for adults as well, to the idea of Churban and to the idea of what Yerushalayim, Zion means. And we come to this Kinnah 36. Zion Halo Tishabi. This was written by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. And we try and use it in the camp world as a springboard into relationships, the understanding of what it means to have a true, meaningful, dual relationship between each other. That's exactly what this Kinnah is. We know that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi lived in Spain, learned in the yeshiva of the Rif. He authored the Kuzari being his magnum opus, talking about the authenticity, the draw, the raw, undeniable reality of Yiddishkeit. And he comes and he shares with us in this Kinnah this idea of Zion. Halo Tishali, why Zion? You're not interested in me? You're not asking after me? L'shalom asirayach, after the well-being of those who are imprisoned. Dorshei shlomech, we're the ones who go ahead, we ask about you. V'heim yeser adorayach, and left over from your flocks. Yom mizrach mitzafim b'seima shalom rachel b'karov seimi kol habarayach, we're everywhere. Shlom asir tikva, and the well-being of those who are imprisoned of tikva, hope. It's very interesting just to even talk about Zion, because Zion can refer to the Makom HaMikdash. Zion can refer to Yerushalayim. Zion can refer to Eretz Yisrael on the whole. And we see it in different ways. But this idea of being imprisoned, the Asirei Zion, We know that the Asirei Tzion can be those who are in Yerushalayim, in Tzion, and they're imprisoned because of the capture. And we know that it can be those who are held responsible around the world and they're imprisoned. And then there's the Asirei Tzion, which is directly related to the Asir Tikva. Those who are imprisoned, those who are locked in by tikva, by hope. It's a very powerful thing. Excuse me. Natan Sharansky, in a more recent interview over the years, when he was talking about what happened to him, his story, he said, he really didn't know anything about Yiddishkeit and about Eretz Yisrael. And along comes the 6-Day War, and everybody around him is saying, how'd you do that? How did you guys pull that off? He said, what are you talking about? And so as time goes on, gets very intrigued. There's the underground, and he's learning. Whenever there's an opportunity and somebody's coming from the outside, it's so powerful, it's so touching, and there's such a hope there. He describes himself as becoming a prisoner of hope. I belong to something so great. I have such a treasured future ahead. How is it that we're not advocating? And he goes ahead and he becomes one of the leaders of the movement. And of course, it comes to the point where he's arrested and he's brought to trial. And he's found accused of high treason with the possibility of death. And the judge or the court magistrate says to him, do you want to say anything before you get locked away? Address the court. He says, I have nothing to address this court with. He said, I'm going to address my people. L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim. Those were his words. And he said that when he was there, when he was locked into conditions that we can't fathom, he said the KGB, the secret police, what would they try to do to continually break him? They would keep telling him how alone he was and how he's done. And nobody remembers him. And nobody has this hope. And you're the only one. You're a lone wolf. The lone wolf doesn't survive without the pack. He knew better and he pushed better. Felt that connection. And he understood that he could withstand all of this pressure coming at him. And eventually he did, and we know he's in Eretz Yisrael now. And he was followed and very active. That's the idea of being Asirei Tikva. We're sitting here today and we are Asirei Tikva. And why are we? Because of relationships. You can't have a one-sided relationship. You can't have us sitting here and wondering, where are you? Why aren't you asking about us? We're on the floor asking about you. And Rabbi Yehuda HaLevi goes on. And he says, Sham Hashkina Shkunalach. There, the Shekhinah is resting. The Yotzreich, and the Creator, Posach Lemol Sharei Shachat Sharayach. To connect us even more to Yerushalayim, he talks about how the Sharei Shamayim and the Sharei Tzion are connected, specifically referencing Tefillah. Going back to the Iron Curtain, a very famous story that was brought down, I remember years ago, where Pesach Kron shared this, and he said, when the curtain fell, when the Iron Curtain fell, that there were yeshivas, or what we could call yeshivas, but there were schools that were scrambling to help educate the many, many youth that were there, and to jump on the opportunity. And there were mechanchim that were coming from all over, especially Eretz Yisrael. And they were putting together these schools, and after a few months, even without books, until they could get resources, they have the opportunity to put together an open house, and they bring the parents in. And they say to the parents the following: the 4th grade, 5th grade parents, you have a choice. You do not need to send your child here, but we expected 40 kids. We have 450. What is this? What are you doing? Why did you do this? And they go around the room, and everyone has different reasons. And there's one woman that they came to in the middle as they're going around. She says, I can't share. And so the person who was running that part of the open house after they finished with everybody else says, I'm sorry to push you. Everybody else in this room shared. You have to tell us what it is that is connecting you or is forcing you to have your child here. And so she says, I'll tell you the following story. The Nazis were coming to our town. It was inevitable. My family we weren't Jewish. We were Jewish, but we weren't. We didn't feel a thing. And my parents are arguing downstairs. And I came around and I was peering out and I was watching what was going on. And my mother and father are yelling at each other. And my father says, what do you care? What are you worried about? Nobody knows. We're nothing. We're not connected at all. And the mother said, no, come on. They're going to know we got to go. We got to go. We got to run. And she's moving her eyes around the room. She locks a glance. And she sees a sitter that her mother gave her when she got married. It's the only thing in the entire house that she had that was connected to Yiddishkeit in some way. And the husband sees that the wife has locked glance. He grabs that sitter. And he says, this is what you're worried about. He says, no problem. He throws it in the fire. She had no idea what it even was, and she ran away. She's crying for hours and hours and hours. I had no idea what that book was, but I knew it was my only connection. She said, the reason I'm here is because that sitter is gone, and I can't hand that sitter to my child. But if I bring my child to you, I can hand them a sitter. Tefillah is what connects us. It's what connects all of us to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and it connects us to Eretz Yisrael and to Yerushalayim specifically because it's the shar, it's the makom, it's the gate where our tefillos go straight to Shemayim. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi goes on, and he says, okay, that's the spiritual side, and now he takes it to the physical side. Mi'etneni mishotet. Beautiful way of talking about this. He says, who's going to help me take off over here? I'm going to fly to the places that were to your shluchim and to your neviim. I want to be there. Who's going to give me wings? The archik nedud, so that I can go ahead and I can go far. Oni levisre levavi bein bisarayach. I'm going to cause my broken heart to go to around the runes. I'm going to fall on my face, on the soil, and cherish the stones, favor your dust, which is very interesting because we know that by tradition, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi actually did make it, or we believe he made it to Yerushalayim. And when he got to Yerushalayim, he bent down to kiss the stones and to kiss the dust, and he was trampled by a horse. This was his lifelong dream. It's an Arab rider that was going by that trampled him. But here he's talking about beyond the connection that we have with the words of tefillah, and he's talking about that physical connection. The idea of even going around the runes. And when he goes on, he says, Yinam la nafshi holoch orom v'yochiv ale chorbo shemama asher hoyed v'rayef. My soul would be walking without, unclothed and barefoot in the places that are all ruined, in the Holy of where the Holy of Holies once stood. It goes beyond just the physical. It's walking around the physical that was destroyed. I want to share with you something personal. The Rav said that, and this is a theme that's been recurring, that there are so many things that are personal to each individual. So I had in my lifetime the opportunity for several years to be involved with families that went through true Churban in Eretz Yisrael. And I would normally go, I was in Eretz Yisrael every a few weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, moving around between the intensive care units of victims who were in bus bombings, of victims who had intruders into the home in some way. They were involved in aggressive actions by terrorists. I would be in and out of the Shiva houses, sometimes just after the Shiva if I wasn't there, talking with the families in the hospitals themselves, being with the individuals. And I remember one time that I was in Eretz Yisrael, and it was shortly after the pigua, the bombing that took place at the Seder. Many victims that were nifter, many that were injured, and I had been involved with the families on behalf of communities here in America. And I just went by the hotel where the bombing took place. And I just from the outside was looking, and it was still a sealed off scene. And in talking with somebody, and I was explaining what I do, they offered me the opportunity to come inside, and I did, and I came into that room. And I came in to that room where the Seder had taken place. And what I saw in Churban, the flipped over tables, literally cutlery in the ceiling, walls that were shattered. That's Churban. Would it have meant something if it was just a Makam in Eretz Yisrael, a place where there were people who were coming together as Yidden to go ahead and to celebrate? It absolutely would. But there is something to knowing that this was something that was destroyed, and we have an achrayus to go ahead and to rebuild it. I think that's what's being brought across here by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. We want the connection to tefillah, we want the connection to the physical of Eretz Yisrael, that holiness that's there. But even more so, the idea that it's no longer there to the degree that there's a churban there. We want to connect ourselves and we want to be a part of it. And finally, as he wraps up the Kinnah, is this idea of hope. Eva l'Moshe v'lohayach. Kadosh Baruch Hu, you desired for people to be Moshe. The Ashrei Enosh, and blessed is the person Yivchai that chooses V'yikrav and comes near V'yishkon and dwells B'chatzirayach. In your courtyards, Ashrei, that's the individual who chooses to pick up and to go to Eretz Yisrael, which was what the Paitan wanted himself. Ashrei Mechake, blessed is the person who waits. V'yagia and comes V'yira and witnesses Alos Orech. The rising of your light. When your dawn is going to come over him, it's going to overtake him. Ashrei. We're being told that we're praised for what we're doing. Because there's this idea of not just being imprisoned, there's an idea of what comes next. We are the Asirei Tzion. We are the ones who are imprisoned by Tzion, not because we're in Tzion and we're being pushed upon and held back, but because we are the Asirei Tikva. We're imprisoned by hope. There's no other way. Tzion, don't you want me? I want you. Let's find a way to make this relationship work. The questions matter. In the field of positive psychology, which is something that's predicated upon Dr. Viktor Frankl's will toward meaning, he calls it logotherapy. Positive psychology focuses on the idea of let's ask the right questions. And with that idea, can we say, Tzion, don't you see me? I'm here. I am Asirei Tzion. I am one of those who are imprisoned. And because you know that, come look for me. Come find me. I'm looking for you. I want the connection. Lamed Vav.
Before I start introducing the next Kinnah, just a note about the schedule. We'll be reciting the Kinnah Shalis Ruf Eish that I'm introducing now, the next couple of minutes. That will be followed by a Kinnah over the Holocaust. That will be led by Rabbi Feldman. And then we'll conclude with the final Kinnah of Elitzio and V'areha, so that the last two items on the schedule are reversed. This Kinnah number 41, it's in the art scroll on page 358. Shalis Ruf Eish. Imagine we're all sitting here in Shul, and out of nowhere, we have a team of aggressors barging into the Shul, grabbing all of our svarim in the back, maybe grabbing the Sifrei Torah, us powerless to do anything about it, and running out. That's what happened many hundreds of years ago in France. March 3rd, in the year 1240, there was this incredible roundup of holy books, of Svarim Kedoshim, mostly of the Talmud, of our holy Gemara. The terrible apostate, cruel, vicious apostate, self-hating Jew, Nicholas Donin, had waged accusations against the Jewish people, and his accusations and his attempt to crush them and crush their spirit and get them to cast off their Judaism wasn't working entirely. And he, because he was formerly, he was no such thing as a former Jew, but because of his education, he recognized where our power came from. And he realized that our power came from the Torah, specifically not only the Torah Shebichsav, Tanakh, books of the Bible, but perhaps even more strongly, the books of the Torah Sheba'al Peh and of the Talmud, of the Gemara. And he realized that the way to drag down the Jewish people was through erasing their connection, breaking their connection to Torah Sheba'al Peh, the Gemara. And so he approached the Pope, he approached the Christian authorities at the time, and he told them of the terrible anti-Christian themes that appear throughout the Gemara. And it was accepted, his claims were accepted, and these books were confiscated. These Svarim were confiscated. And on June 12th, about a month later, there was a trial. The concept of a false trial appeared throughout the Middle Ages, in which there was a trial, in quotation marks, in which leaders of the Jewish people were brought to defend certain aspects of Yiddishkeit, of the Torah, of our culture, of our people. And they were put up against scholars, so to speak, Christian scholars, and there wasn't really much of a trial, it was a farce. And the trial took place on June 12th. There was a great debate. Rabbi Chiel Paris, the great Baal Tosfos, was the father of the Rosh and the Rebbe of many of the prominent Baalei Tosfos, great scholars of that era. He led the defense of the Talmud itself against Nicholas Donin himself. And they put up a great fight with great scholarship and erudition and sensitivity, but it was a foregone conclusion. And the verdict was issued that these books that were on trial, the books must be destroyed. And so in 1242, this is about 2 years later, it was a slight delay, Erev Shabbos Parshas Chukas, and that day is very significant. Erev Shabbos, on Friday, Parshas Chukas, 1242, these synagogues were breached, the books that were taken from the synagogues were taken into the great square of Paris. 24, according to most accurate accounts, 24 wagon loads of Sfarim Kedoshim, of our holy books. I'm going to talk about what that means in a minute. Were destroyed, burned in that square. This created shockwaves, ripple effects throughout the Jewish community. It wasn't just a question of burning books. It was what the books represented. This Kinnah that we're about to recite was written by the Maharam Rottenberg, the great Maharam, great leader of Torah Jewry. He was an eyewitness. He was a student of the Rush. He was an eyewitness at the time, and he wrote this Kinnah, and he was completely distraught by what had happened. And this was something that was seen as being incredibly significant. The Chacham at the time strenuously tried to figure out why this happened. They asked what is known as a Shelas Chalom. It's a method in which you can ask for divine knowledge through a dream. We don't know exactly how that works, but the Shibbolei Haleket, these are early Rishonim. These are the pillars of our Torah. Reports that there was a Shelas Chalom that was asked. They somehow asked Shemayim, what is the reason for this? And the answer they were given was Dag Zera Deraisa. This is a decree from heaven. Dag Zera Deraisa is a decree from heaven. We don't know exactly what that means, but it's something which grips us, to the core. And because of this, there was actually the Magen Avram and Shulchan Aruch records that there is a special Kinnos. There is a fast day that was accepted by scholars at the time and by tzaddikim throughout the generations on Erev Shabbos, Parshas Chukas, each and every year. And throughout history, that was another day that was considered to be a significant day of judgment, of negativity, of sorrow, of sadness. Many hundreds of years later, the Reb Chaim Palaji writes in his town in Izmir, there was a common practice of not to go out of the houses on Erev Shabbos Parshas Chukas. It was interesting, this day also became embedded as a day of mourning. And it's one that we commemorate not on Erev Shabbos Parshas Chukas, but today on Tish B'Av, as was mentioned earlier. This is the day in which we reflect upon all tragedies. A couple of lines from the Kinnah, just when we read it together, we should, if you're not able to pay attention to the Hebrew, glance over at the English. Some very powerful lines here. The Maharam, the great Maharam himself, calls out to Sinai to explain what's going on. He calls out to Moshe and Aaron themselves to explain, what is this? One line here, he says, Orid demaos adeyu kenacha. I will shed tears till they flow like a river. V'yagiu l'kivrosh shnei sarei atzilayech, Moshe v'Aaron b'hor hahar. I will shed tears until they flow like a river and reaches the grave sites of your two most noble princes of Moshe and Aaron. I'm going to cry tears, rivers of tears, until it reaches Moshe and Aaron themselves. He talks about how he feels bereft, like he's bereft of children. On the last page, he says, Ani kashakul v'gamud nisharti levad mehem. I am left behind like someone bereft of all of his children. It's amazing, the passion that's latent in every line here of this Kinnah. One line that caught my attention as I'm looking here, he says, Esma ma'od al ma'or hayom. I'm deeply perplexed by the light of day. Ashi yizrach el kol, aval yachashich elai ve'elayich. I'm deeply perplexed by the light of day which shines so brightly towards everyone, yet towards you and me, you the Torah, and me, to cast only darkness. It's a thought I sometimes have on Tisha B'Av. When you look outside, it looks like, the Vista Road is going. It's a little cloudy, but there is sunlight. And people are going about their lives. They think it's Sunday. It's astonishing, the reality in which we live, in which we get to live, and the reality that's out there. And that's what's reflected here, because these are books. These are books, right? They're just words on pieces of paper. What is this? Why are these Gedolim, why are these pillars of our tradition so distraught and so forlorn? Incredible expressions of mourning over books, but they're not books. They are our very soul. They're the soul of who we are and what we are. They're not just physical books. We are sacks of air and muscle, walking around. No, we're human beings. We're people. There's so much more than what you actually perceive physically. The same thing is true of these scrolls of the Torah, and specifically in those days, each one of these was so painstakingly copied. These were manuscripts. There was no printing press at the time. Once they were gone, they were gone. Each one was worked on for months and months, sometimes years. And we, Baruch Hashem, we now know we were able to piece it back together. But at the time, it was really devastating, really terrible, and it's devastating for us to witness this through this Kinnah once again. Two final thoughts as before we read the Kinnah. Speaking about the concept of books, I mentioned here from this pulpit a few weeks ago, I was talking about just an imagery for myself and for you. When my father and I, my father's Schoen was a man of books, of thoughts and of ideas, poured his heart and soul into his studies, into his learning. And when we moved to England for a brief stint when I was about 10 years old. And my father had me holding the only thing that I was in charge of on the move. It was a long move, a lot of tiltul haderech, and I had to hold these briefcases. One big briefcase, it was very heavy. And I asked him what was in it, and he told me it was a lot of money inside this briefcase. And I, of course, had dreams of seeing, those briefcases you see in the movies where you pop up and read, it's like tons of money and wads of $100 bills. I was all excited. And I clutched onto the handles of that old satchel, that old briefcase throughout our travels. I held it dearly. And later when we arrived at our location, I was very excited to see what was inside this briefcase, to see all that money. And we were unpacking as we reached our final our spot of our final destination, which was in Cambridge. And there were books that came out of this bag. Lots of notebooks. Little notebooks with this light green tint, full of my father's meticulous handwriting, but not just full of his handwriting, full of his heart and soul, his learning that went into those books. And I could just imagine, just the scene. After I knew what they were, made a deep impression on me, and how precious, how many millions every one of those pages is worth. Just imagine if somebody would come to me in the airport as I was clutching onto this briefcase and just rip it away from me. 10-year-old boy. That's what happened. These books that were so precious and so valuable and represented so much were just ripped away and destroyed. That's what we're lamenting in this Kinnah. Shali Srufa Beish. Shali Srufa Beish, Lishlam Saben shekol b'chasus b'vaye, ashofim b'aver tzikol b'yish. Kul hashayich l'hem. Dom l'hem hashayich l'hem. Shom l'hem l'hem. See now, like
What's the number of the Kinnah? The number. We're gonna do our Schwabs, right? Yeah, I'm doing Schwab. So that was good. So in a moment, we're going to recite together, lament together, not recite, the Kinnah written by Rabbi Schwab, which appears on the art scroll on page 358, I believe. Is that the right page, 358? 384, that's right, 384, thank you. And 621 in the Karen edition of the Kinnos. Before I do that, I just want to share something with you. When we sat Shiva for my brother, I learned that laughter is not a contradiction to grief. Sometimes it actually is an expression of grief. So I'm sitting here with you saying Kinnos, and I have my phone on because people are calling me with or texting me with shilas and medical situations, and I promised them that I would have, I'd be in touch with them during the course of the day. So I get a text in the middle of one of the Kinnos, and it says, local home buyers is offering to help you getting rid of your home and getting you moved into the one you've been wanting. And any other day of the year, I would just delete this before I got through to the end. But today, I realized that they really can't help me get into the home that I've been wanting, the Beis HaMikdash. That's what we're all here for. And we're all trying to get rid of the home we're in and move into the Mitzvah and the Bayis Shlishi and all that goes with it. The Holocaust. I'm an Atlanta boy, born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Biltmore Drive and La Vista were like the end of my experience. Couldn't go beyond La Vista Road without permission from my parents. I remember when I was about 10 years old, it was the first time that I can remember hearing about or dealing with or feeling anything about the Holocaust. And CBS had some kind of a special on a Sunday afternoon, and some films, gruesome films of what the Allies found after they came into the camps that were being broadcast. And I remember, didn't even notice the broadcast that much, except that my mother was crying. My mother's an American as well, but she knew what that was all about, and I asked her about it, and she explained to me a little bit about it. That was my connection to the Holocaust. So there's a bit of stifling when it comes to talking about the Holocaust and a bit of humility, and especially when I'm around people who are survivors, if not survivors, then children of survivors. And my idea of tragedy till about, I don't know, till I was a little older, was that somebody else in my class got the bottle tops from the Coke contest that had Henry Aaron's face on it instead of me. That was a tragedy. That was as far as, it was as worse as life got. And so talking personally about the Holocaust in any way is it causes one great humility. And it's very hard to imagine talking or expressing or making a Kinnah about the Holocaust. And I assume that that's one of the reasons that it wasn't until 1959, a full 15 years after the Holocaust, that we have one Talmud Chacham authoring a Kinnah. Because it's very difficult. How do you feel worthy of in any way defining or expressing even the grief? How do you even get in touch with the grief? The shock is so great, the aftershock is so great. And so in 1959, Rav Schwab is asked to write this Kinnah, particularly because the German community was so, obviously so smitten by the Holocaust. And so he does, and there are others as well. I have here a sefer that's an entire elaboration of the Kinnah written by Weissmandel, who himself was a survivor, lost his wife and children, who saved thousands of Jews, tried desperately to save thousands of others, but failed because of the overt hatred expressed by many, many Christian leaders that he dealt with, and as well by sometimes willful neglect on the part of secular Jewish leaders who had agenda that did not include saving Jews, especially if they were religious. I say this on Tisha B'Av because that's part of what we mourn, is that much of our destruction, as the Navi says, comes from our own attitudes and our own people. It's part of what Tisha B'Av is about. But there's another form of quiet, which is not ignorance or humility, but the quiet that comes, like the Vayidam Aaron Kohen, in the face of tragedy, doesn't have anything to say. Yirmiyahu says this as well. Yeshev Badad v'yidam. So overwhelmed with grief, I sit alone and totally speechless. My personal connection to the Holocaust became a little bit greater when I found out that the reason that I had very few relatives on my father's side is because all of his parents, brothers and sisters on both sides, my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, all of her brothers and sisters died in the Holocaust. My grandfather, all of his brothers and sisters died in the Holocaust. And so the only relatives I had were my father's brothers' children. And, but there also, I assume my experience is very similar to many of yours. There also, it was only a retroactive Holocaust. I didn't have relatives. I didn't miss them. I didn't know that I would have had dozens and dozens of cousins. And then I find out that I would have because they lived and they perished before I was born. This is the generation that we're in. Very difficult to relate that way. And then something unusual happened when I took a trip a few summers ago to Europe. I visited Slovakia and Kovna and Radin and Vilna and the various Shtetlach and Majdanek and other death factories. And the first 3 days or so of the trip, I didn't expect this. I couldn't talk. I just could not talk about anything. I just sat there on the bus, and my wife knows that for me not to talk is kind of unusual. And I just couldn't bring myself to talk because I had the experience that I was just driving through one big, massive cemetery. And I could also almost envision the life, the Jewish life that thrived immediately before the Holocaust. Immediately. Talked about Shavas before, the suddenness. One of the important things about the Holocaust is to remember not only that they were killed and the devastation, but to remember what existed beforehand. We don't need to romanticize it to say with accuracy that there were thousands of people who knew only Torah, shtetl that were governed only by humility, by tznius, by yiras shamayim, even common man. Yes, there were many, many Jews who had wandered, and yes, there were many Jews who were not aware of a Kadosh Baruch Hu. There's no question about it. There was also a tremendous expression of Talmud Torah and yiras shamayim that we can't even imagine. With all of what's been rebuilt since then, we can't imagine what it was like. And the yeshivas, which do not, relative to the size of the yeshivas we have now, relative to the number of students we have now, don't compare. But relative to what they produced, the leadership that they produced, most of which was wiped out, a little bit of which survived and became the leaders of all of the yeshivas that we know of today, the remnants of the Holocaust. So you get a sense of what it was that we lost. If all of the Torah that we have nowadays, and it's considerable, the Rachmei Shamayim, what's been built up in the 70 plus years since then is miraculous. All of that came from literally the Sheres HaPleita, from the few remnants who made it out of the Holocaust. You can imagine what kind of Torah would be available in the world today if the Holocaust hadn't happened. And not just what kind of Torah. I'm not talking about just those who are blessed to be involved in Talmud Torah personally, daily, hourly. But the whole world would be different because the tzura of Torah would be different. And even people who weren't learning would see Talmidei Chachamim. And we have no idea what kind of gedolim never made it beyond age 18 or 16 or 22 or whatever it is. So we're talking about an overwhelming destruction. And so to write a Kinnah, just recite a Kinnah, takes a tremendous amount of strength and spiritual insight. And that's why people didn't do it, because who would think of themselves as worthy? And anybody who ends up writing it literally because they felt forced, because someone greater than them begged them and urged them to do it. So let's just appreciate the Holocaust. Obviously, the 6 million, the numbers are just overwhelming. And as was said before, when you kind of reduce it down to the individual, Rabbi Golding and others were talking about the individual level. Rabbi Berger as well, personalizing it so that we can relate to it. I remember standing in the Shul in Kinnah, the great Shul, the great synagogue in Kinnah. And here we have yahrzeit plaques, and Baruch Hashem, most of them represent people who died of old age. Not all of them, but most of them. That's what you expect to find in a shul, in yahrzeit plaques. In Kinnah, you have plaques and plaques and rows of columns. And instead of a person, it's a city. And the yahrzeit date of the city and the number of Jews who perished on that day. And it's just devastating. These are just the communities around Kinnah. Just devastating to stand there and look at the yard sites of entire communities, men, women, and children, So 6 million is a terrible number, but 6 million doesn't tell you that on the 17th of the month of Shvat, 80,000 people from a certain region perished. That's the last day that they were known to be alive, and so on and so forth. And there's a whole list. And then you finish that list and you move over a few feet, there's another list with more yard signs. It's overwhelming. And then I realized that I was personally connected to the Holocaust in the sense that I'm speaking, because every Talmud Chacham that I studied from received his Torah from one of those centers of Torah in Europe. Almost all the Torah that you and I absorb comes from someone who got it from someone who got it from these capitals of Torah in Europe. And all that was wiped out. So this is part of the quiet, so to speak, the Vayida Maharan, the inability to really talk about it. We don't know what to do with it. And in almost every other exile that we had, there was some replacement already emerging. America was the only possible alternative after the Holocaust, but in terms of Torah, America was not yet developed. And that added to the devastation of the Holocaust, a total wipeout of these centers of Torah, and no place to go where you could say, there we could find Torah. And the idea of Yiras Shamayim, that an average Jew, a non-learned Jew, walks around on the face of the earth fearing heaven, that was wiped out. Again, just the lack of ability to really articulate what it is, what the Holocaust was. And the Klausenberger Rebbe famously said that the Holocaust taught him to be proud to be a Jew, because when he would say the bracha of Shalos Ani Goy, he now understood what was possible without Torah, what depths humanity could go to, and he thanked God that he was among the murdered and not among the murderers. And meanwhile, in terms of history, the Holocaust is a unique event. It's not just another tragedy. We thought before the Holocaust that we had suffered enough. We thought before the Holocaust that it was unbearable. We thought before the Holocaust that we had rivers and rivers of blood in Europe, crusades and other massacres. No one could have imagined that before Mashiach was going to come, we needed to have a Holocaust, because clearly we needed to have a Holocaust. I don't mean it's okay. I don't mean to justify it. I don't mean it's right. I don't mean it makes sense. But the Rebbeinu Shalom needed to pull us through a Holocaust. That's clear. It's just a fact that happened. Therefore, it was needed. No one could have imagined that. So the size of the event, the impact of the event, that still continues to unfold today, it's beyond words. And so I can't speak for the authors of any of the Kinnos, but I can say I'm pretty sure that they did not feel satisfied that they had adequately expressed what there was to express. So before we go and recite this Kinnah together, just want to mention what people greater than me before me have mentioned about the Holocaust. There are many important lessons that we have to really take from the Holocaust. First of all, as I mentioned, the glory that was Europe beforehand. The fact that in the Holocaust, it didn't make a difference what kind of Jew you were. If you were Jewish, you were gone. And our insistence nowadays, up until this very moment, deciding based on appearance and deciding based on expression, deciding based on all kinds of things, how separate we are from other Jews. The Benelo Chavera, which is so important for us. The Holocaust taught us that all these differences, ultimately, of course, it makes a difference how you serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Of course it does. But nevertheless, we are all connected to each other. We're all part of one family, absolutely. And we need to feel that. And the pride in being Jewish, that here we are 70 some odd years after the Holocaust with unbelievable flourishing, unpredictable flourishing. In Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker, there's no way in the world that anybody could have predicted the resurgence of the various Hasidic groups, the resurgence of Yiddishkeit altogether. The fact that Shmiras HaMitzvahs is considered to be the only way that Jews are going to survive. Nobody has any idea if Judaism will survive other than the Shmiras HaMitzvahs. That statement that it could be made after the Holocaust is itself miraculous. And finally, we have an achrayus. We are all survivors. Every one of us is a survivor. We're living in a world deprived of all the riches that would have, could have, should have come from the humanity, from the numbers, from the quality of life. So a survivor has to ask himself, what is our mission? What do we accept upon ourselves? What are we taking responsibility for? God let us be here. What does he want from us? What does he assign to us? What kind of responsibility do we have as Jews? So these are things we need to ask ourselves as we contemplate the horrors and the magnitude of the Holocaust. But please join me in Kinnah. I lost my place. Please give me the page number. Here we go again. Schwab's is 384, yes. 621, yes, thank you. Hazocher mazgirav dar kedosha me'as asher az b'chartanu yizkar devan shadar charan ayam hayolanu shtufei ma'abudam shemasu nafshosam kashgoyim ke'abacha yifkedei melihim ba'artzes hachayim ba'adei ad zikram Shu elav kapayim ahaya shemayim hayam meitav shiftei Yisrael edus ikilos Armagudilos, Havuros, Masados, Moadaya, Mitem Pagim Mayim Tiradne Nayim, Lashtos Nachledmos, Alayalfi Alafim, Magufim Israfim, Ramayshach Rubenizbos, Valsoyatora, Maxikim Eserva, Pichakuna Siri, Makushim Idrashos, Marvin Maros, Yinatos, Bishavan Kivin, Albanos, Butfas, Savim, Savos, Alzaram betapam shayodu begam rabbas yuvas ram chayim v'moisem l'nikradu estamam derash kisisas rosh atamida v'ale matrufim hanafshos meis b'mei shever v'sheis shisha v'pamim alafim shalishi yalaboya b'brakazam so v'kami achamid ahavda go aladam no zecher tzaram n'jurami sefer kazor Schoen Akos, Verash Akos, Azul Loretza, Yorek the Mayhem, Kinos Benayhem, Moses Shachak and the Mitzah, Kilogani Khan, Kitzrika, Mishabir Kavin, Nikolagin, Swar, and Notkatswa, and Esnikam, Banalubin, the Machanas, Afroyim, Gaib, and the Gaim, of Pachin, and Pashas Agumas, Harupos, Itzchai, Kalimas, Varak, Pitzai Kazimas, Rava and Simon, Shigai and Sitzava, Krishna Nechalashim. Likaya, Panakas Kala, Vikayachin, Palila Lacham Lishkaya. Simra Isashan, Mikita, Mikivshan, Chile Sulematsamas Vigidim, Khadre Yara, Kol Shagas Nika, the Nachanachim Mitov, Toy Haiden, the Sirchan Kufas, Kabias Kufas, Kaladam and Admas Natim, Echafu Torfayam, the Veris Kavayam, the Arish, the Kushayan Nashim, the Kuitat Sets, Shavasha Yapos. The meat shibut peres, some obviously small. The chiaro yarias, al chafrei aparas, b'yisrei chibut kaveh havidim shiol. Echino achias seino, v'sesu v'naseino. Kosas tarei l'midei from Machzarim, v'videi asvidi ashvidim v'chilas yisrarim. V'tim yamilad v'vate shma k'mahor. Tzayin kadaji, and it says, Hamilad, Damnei Agayla, Hayariya midivlas hasidecha, Tzvan kadashim miyimneh, Asher Yisham Asifba, Kunecha Yimikache Shemecha, the call Shema Yisrael, Moshe Nefesh, the Nefesh Lael, Shalias Fame, by Yamachon and Stikwithin, Bafani Mamin, Anu, Vishara Shiwas Bitacham, Vachay Nisharam, Giyosa Nidam, the Kabar Lishtateach, and Matzeba, Sefer Vikais, Kibabas like Babaseach, Brachmisia, Damaskurasam, Tosasim, Lishacheach, Bahari Afra Hakidasam, Shemos Tishlam is Beach, Biyamalel, Tar Yisrael, Shadaitam, Kevni Trefes, Sheiri Saper, Kimat Miser, Vekamaza Hayom Nifefes, El Chamirachem, Adas Hanachem, Asher Lachamiyot Nixefes, Or Chadash Tasriach, Kanihot Tatzmiach, Ruach Elohim Rachem Efes.
Before I briefly introduce the final Kinnah, I just wanted to thank, before I thank the presenters, I wanted to thank all of you. We hope we don't have to go through another Tisha B'Av. We don't look forward to Tisha B'Av. At the same time, I personally feel very proud to be sitting amongst this incredible tzibur, going through this journey together, sharing in the loss, sharing and connecting to generations past, sharing in the incredible messages that are delivered by these Kinnos and by the presenters. And I just want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's each and every one of you, in addition to thanking all the presenters, some on short notice, some had a little more time, all did an incredible service to our community. You know, each person who got up didn't just introduce a Kinnah, but added a layer of understanding or perspective that I certainly wouldn't have thought of. I mean, everybody brings their own perspective, and being able to come together, both in terms of presenters and in terms of each other, sitting with each other's perspective, melding into one on a day like today is a sad but very special thing. So thank you for that. The final Kinnah, Elitzion V'Arev. This is like a Kinnah where the traditionally is the final Kinnah. We rise up when we say it, and that physical motion, physical action of getting up, it actually encapsulates the entire Kinnah. It actually, it's right before Chatzos. This is, as the Ramah says, that we're supposed to say Kinnos until Ma'at Kodem Chatzos. I think it's right about 1:40-ish, perfect timing. And we hope that perfect timing leads to perfect results afterwards in the effort that we put in. This Kinnah that we're about to recite, I'm going to ask Chazam, Jonas, and Gavant to lead us in the Kinnah and chanting it in that haunting tune. That haunting tune is actually a tune that we hear at other points during the year. Also, I'm not singing it yet, is also something very similar to what we recite our nusach of the tefillah on Yom Tov. Very similar, almost exactly the same, slight differences. And that's a very interesting connection between the final Kinnah on Tisha B'Av and the song and the motifs of Yom Tov. I saw this year somebody presented another similarity on Simchas Torah. The moment in Simchas Torah, a moment of incredible joy when we start taking out the Sifrei Torah to dance with them. We sing beautiful tune. It's almost exactly the same. I didn't notice it until this year. Same thing. But the difference is the very last note. In Eicha, we go down. And when it comes to Yantif, when it comes to Simchas Torah, one of the most joyous days of the year, we go up. We go up, we get up. There's this very interesting connection between the two. It's an expression of hope, a glimmer of hope. It's a connection between our strongest time of mourning and the time of our greatest simcha. Part of it is that our simcha is not complete. That's part of the idea here. As we recite that, we sing that too. And on Yom Tov, we remember that our Simcha is not complete. But part of it is also that our mourning is not complete. And that's because we have hope. We still have many hours left in Tisha B'Av, and it's not time to celebrate, but it is time to recognize that we are rising up. After this moment, we're going to be sitting on chairs, regular chairs, returning to regular life very slowly throughout the day. And that is a signal that we have hope. Latent in our mourning is the hope that one day it will be better. We are people of everlasting hope. The Gemara says, "Afilu cherev chadu nachas al tzevarecha al timna atzmecha min harachamim." Even if there is a sharp sword pressed against your neck, do not, literally means do not prevent yourself. Al timna atzmecha. Don't prevent yourself from accessing rachamim, from accessing compassion, divine compassion. That means that, I think that this is perhaps one of the ideas of that statement. Al timna atzmecha, don't prevent yourself. What that means is that it's in our hands to some degree. We shouldn't be preventing ourselves from recognizing that, yes, there is hope. Al timna atzmecha min harachamim. Hashem is surely to provide us with that rachamim for our efforts today and for our continued efforts and devotion to Him.
Elitzia in viadeha, Mavisha tzireha, Chimsula chagurasa, Ahalba liureha, Ade yarnoin asheruta, Yashmasoin adoleha, Yalmiyas mechar feyel, Soich mikdash adolecha, Adei galus nishar seyel, Ani neishir limarecha, Yaldama asher shupach, Ma meilei yoirecha, Adei hegyoin mechaylecha, Asher gamam yorecha, Yamar asher shameh, Uvitus amhereya, Amazing face videcho, Vidyonei lechayrecha, Yachilu kleicha, Umizbach ketoirecha, Leitachei melachecha, Nei David gvirecha, Yal yom yom asher chosha, Yei saruch yisorecha, Nei chavoi asher gama, Yei skorba gvirecha, Yaloi chayis asher vachas, Som sakim chagurecho, Lei nachat zeroi makos, Sher hukum zirecho, Yami kutz alei seva, Oy loyam yorecho, Lei simchas oyvecho, Akadosh Baruch Yalinu Ilei Toirim Yirat Hoirehu Lei Fesha Asher Yiso Tzvu Lelech Ashurehu Yatzivo Yiskeholehu Zvu Asher Toirehu Lei koilos mecharpecho, V'yezabot v'garecho, Yarik shas v'gadpecho, Soich mishkan chatzeidecho, Lei shimcha asher kula, V'kamei metzidecho, Yad
In addition to the listed mincha at 2:15 in the Kollel and the 7 and the 8:10 mincha here, there's also a mincha at 2:30 here in the Main Shul. 2:15 in the Kollel, 2:30 here, 8:10 here.